Okay. Live answer, right? Okay, okay. Fine. I hope so. I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. Kindly confirm in the chat box. Hello, hello. Check 1, 2, 3. I hope so. I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. Okay. All right. Voice is okay. Fine. I hope so. I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. I'm looking smart as usual. Okay. Hello, hello. Check 1, 2, 3. I hope so. Fine. Voice is okay and person is also okay. All right. I was about to say all of you turn on your camera, which I have a habit of saying in the batch. Okay. All right. So I think we can begin with the session. Yes. Hello, Prajita. Hello, Ender. Hello, Jatin. Right. Okay. Fine. I hope we guys. Yes. Good evening, Jatin. I hope we can begin with the session. Right. And though this session was supposed to be recorded session, but I thought let us take this as live, right? Because live has its own aura, right? And live comments I could see, and of course I can take your doubts. Okay. Yeah. So a few guidelines I would be drawing in the session before starting with the actual thing. What is going to happen in the session? Each and everything I am going to discuss, right? So let us begin with the session. So hello everyone, my name is Kunal Gupta and I welcome you all to PYQs. चाय पी लो कहीं से, स्वाद मिलेगा यहीं से. Drink tea from anywhere, but you will get taste only from here. So NEET admit cards have been released, and I know our nervousness and anxiety must have hit you by this time, right? What to do in the last moment and what not to do. So that's why this lecture is being scheduled for you. Now, what is going to happen in this ultimate revision series or ultimate PYQs series, whatever you can say? Let me just explain you quickly. So in this session, this is the part 1 of the session. Here we are going to discuss the most important previous year questions, basically confined to the previous 3 years of NEET, that is 2021, 22 and 23, right? Yes, we are starting the thing, right? So these 3 previous years chapter wise, right? All the questions would be chapter wise, starting from the units and measurement till the last chapter. Sequencing might be somewhere other around, right? But yeah, it would be chapter wise. Last 3 previous year questions we are going to discuss in this session. Now, if your friends who are preparing for this NEET exam and right, and they are wondering what to do in the last few minutes, quickly refer them, just share this link with them, and trust me, this next 3 to 4 hours, right, not more than that, it can be, though I plan to take it till 12-13 hours, that was the actual plan, right? But maximum 5 hours it would be, right? And yeah, so those who are preparing for the NEET and about to give it on the 5th, right? So quickly share the link with them so that they can also join this particular session, right? Okay, fine. So quickly type in the chat box fire symbol if you are ready. How is the Josh? Low, high, dead, medium, alive, right? Okay, my introduction. Those who already know, well and good. Those who don't know, so it's been more than 3 years since I am teaching, and recently I completed 2 years in PhysicsWallah on 31st of March, right? And there are 2 reasons for which I am teaching, right? First one, of course, I love to teach, right? There is some energy in this room, in this studio, right? As soon as I pick this marker, that energy comes inside, right? And second reason, of course, I get paid for it. Yeah, salary, of course. Anyways, jokes apart, the first one being the main reason. Okay, now I had told you what exactly is going to happen in the session. Make sure you connect with a laptop or a tab if you have, and put it in the landscape mode, not in the portrait mode, so that the screen is much more wider visible to you. Use headphones if you have it, and turn off the notifications if you are connected with a mobile phone, right? It is not like that you are watching this NEET PYQ series in on one side and on the other side Instagram is reels. You are watching, like you are bored with this question, let us watch the reels for a while. So yeah, turn off the notifications and let us begin with the session, right? Ultimate recap question discussion, last 3 years. Keep your notebooks and pen ready, right? Most probably I would be giving you a few seconds to solve the question, right? And then I would be solving it. And secondly, right, the format is very simple. As soon as we see a question, either we will directly do the question, or if there is any concept that needs to be taught prior to the question, if I feel, then I would be telling you that concept and then we would be doing that question. Very simple format, right? So keep your notebook and pen ready and let us begin with the session, right? Okay, I hope let me just give you the overview what exactly is going to happen in this session, right? So we are going to start with the PYQs of units and measurement. Last 3 years, of course. Then we have to cover motion in a straight line, third, motion in a plane, fourth, Newton laws of motion or Newton laws of motion, whatever you say, right? Work, energy and power. Sixth, rotational motion, are not necessarily in the same sequence, right? Seventh, gravitation. Eighth, mechanical properties of solids. Ninth, mechanical properties of fluids. 10th, thermal properties of matter. 11th, thermodynamics. 12th, KTG, kinetic theory of gases. 13th, oscillations. And finally 14th and the last chapter, which usually students don't like, that is the waves, right? So these 14 chapters we have to cover in this session, right? PYQs, last 3 PYQs, again I am repeating, 21, 22 and 23. Almost each and every PYQ is there, right? Section A and section B. Okay, I hope all of you know what is the format of NEET, right? Fine. And you guys know what is the full form of NEET, right? Yeah, in the previous session I asked the students how many of you are preparing for NEET, and I randomly picked the student, tell me what is the full form of NEET, and he's like, it is some German full form, and she was not able to answer that, right? So I hope before giving the exam you at least know which exam you are giving and what is the format of the exam, right? How many questions would be there in this physics section, how many you have to attempt, what would be the marking scheme. If not, then let me know, I will share the marking scheme etc. also, what would be the pattern of the exam. But anyways, let us begin with the session. In the middle of the session somewhere we will discuss that. Alright, units and measurement. Let us begin with the NEET 2021 question. First question says that if E represents energy and G represents gravitational constant, then E by G has dimension of, right? So E is the energy and G is the gravitational constant. We need to tell the dimensional formula of E by G. Now, there are a few dimensions that I think we had discussed in the class that you should know, right? That should be on tips, right? For example, for speed, the dimensional formula is Lt raised to the power -1. Acceleration, Lt raised to the power -2. Force, very important, Nlt raised to the power -2. Energy or work, ml square T raised to the power -2. In fact, work also has the same dimension formula, ml square T raised to the power -2. Now, students are wondering that do we need to learn for the other like impulse, momentum, right? There were more than 90 I think physical quantities whose dimension formula are mentioned in NCERT, right? These basics you must know, and in the exam on the spot if you can derive, that would be great, right? If not, then you will have to learn it as it is, right? The best way is to derive it on the spot. Gravitational constant. Now, for example, you are not able to recall what is the dimensional formula for gravitational constant. Very simple. I hope you must have seen that formula. F is equal to G m1 into m2 by r square, right? From here, make sure you can derive the formula for G, F into r square by m1 into m2. This is the force, gravitational force between two masses m1 and m2 separated by a distance r. This formula again we have to see when we would be discussing PYQs of gravitation chapter, right? Now, what is the dimensional formula for force? That is mLt raised to the power minus 2, right? R, that is length, r square. So this will become L square. m1 into m2, that is these are the masses. Mass into mass. So this makes the formula for G as, I think m and m gets cancelled out, m raised to the power minus 1, L into L square, that makes it L cube, into T raised to the power minus 2. M minus 1, L cube, T raised to the power minus 2. Right. Okay. Now, in the question, they were asking, E represents energy, right? So, energy has m L square T raised to the power minus 2. G represents gravitational constant, m minus 1, L cube, T raised to the power minus 2. Fine. But they hadn't asked what's the dimension formula for E or G. In the question, they had asked what's the dimensional formula for E by G. E by G. Hence, ml square, basically you need to divide these two dimensional formulas. ml square T raised to the minus 2 divided by m minus 1 L cube T raised to the power minus 2. So, this makes it as, okay, fine. So, this will go in the numerator, square and square, 2L gets cancelled out, T and T gets cancelled out. So, m L raised to the power m square L raised to the minus 1 into T raised to the power 0, right? Is this in the option? Yes, option number 4, right? I hope this is clear to you. Type in the comment section if it's clear to you, right? Very simple. And if you are not able to solve this negative power, what is 1 upon m raised to the minus 1? That is nothing but m only, right? So, this m into m made it m square, fine. Okay, one more time. M raised to the power minus 1 it was now. So, it goes in the numerator and it becomes m raised to the power 1. So, m into m, that makes it m square. T raised to a minus 2, T raised to a minus 2, it gets cancelled out, right? Fine. Okay, let us switch to the next question. It says that related to the screw gauge, right? Okay, take a few seconds and try it out. A screw gauge gives the following reading when used to measure diameter of a wire. Main scale reading 0 mm, circular scale reading 52 divisions, right? Given that 1 mm of the main scale corresponds to 100 divisions. 1 mm corresponds to the 100 divisions, right? On the circular scale, the diameter of the wire from the above data is. So, you need to calculate the diameter. NEET 2021. Take a few seconds and try this out. This is a very important question, by the way. So, you need to tell the diameter of that wire, right, measured by this screw gauge. Live, okay, fine, okay. The formula is very simple, right? So, main scale reading is 0 mm. So, we need to tell the reading corresponding to this data, right? Fine. So, first you need to calculate least count. Least count is nothing but pitch upon number of divisions. So, that is nothing but 1 mm corresponds to 100 divisions, right? So, I hope all of you know what exactly is pitch. So, how much does the circular part moves linearly when it completes one rotation? So, basically it is saying that in 1 mm it corresponds to 100 divisions. That is when you rotate that circular part, right? So, it will move 1 mm, linear movement motion would be 1 mm, right? when you rotate it completely. Complete rotations here means when 100 divisions are moved. Fine. Now, so pitch is how much? 1 mm. Number of divisions 100. Right. Fine. So you need to tell what is the diameter. So to diameter, you need to have the circular scale reading. You have to multiply least count and the circular scale reading, CSR. Right. Main scale reading is 0, otherwise we would have added MSR. Right. Main scale reading is 0 mm. Fine. Least count is how much? 1 upon 100 mm. It is mm. Make sure you remember this. Fine. So pitch you had kept it in mm. Right. Fine. Mm it is. So that why it is important, let me just show you. Circular scale divisions 52. Fine. So this makes it 0.52 mm. Right. Now most of the students, without seeing, right, the units, they will mark the fourth option, but observe carefully. In the options it is given in centimeters, but you had found the answer in mm. Right. So you need to convert it into centimeter. 1 centimeter is equal to, yes, 1 centimeter is equal to 10 mm. Right. So just divide this by, and 1 mm is equal to 1 by 10 centimeter. So multiplied by 10 raised to minus 1, or just directly divided by 10. You will get the answer in centimeter. Right. 0.052 centimeter, that is option number 3. Clear? Clear? So slightly tricky question. The steps were very easy. Only confusion, the only mistake that students make is with the units. Right. So you had found the final answer in millimeter, but options were in centimeter. So make sure you convert the mm into centimeter. This is a silly mistake that usually kids do. Alright. This question we had discussed in the class only, I think last week, in the grade 11th batch, of course. Okay. Applications of dimensional analysis. Application number 2, deriving the formula. Right. A force, acceleration and time represented by capital F, capital A and capital T are chosen as fundamental physical quantities. Find the dimensions of energy. Right. So basically in the question they are asking you, you need to represent energy in terms of force, acceleration and time, FAT. So you need to find what would be the powers to which F, A and T would be raised. Fine. I hope you remember. Let me just explain the concept, slight concept. Right. Now, your pocket money. This is the second application. Applications of dimensional analysis. Right. So there were 3 applications. First was checking the correctness of a formula. Checking the correctness of the formula. Checking the correctness of the formula. Correctness of the formula. Of the formula. Right. Second application was deriving the formula. Third application was conversion of units. Conversion of units. So these were the 3 applications. Again I am telling you, we would be revising the concepts as well simultaneously, right? That's why it will take time. But honestly, this revision or PYQs discussion 101% is going to help you on 5th of May, right? So be there till the end. In between I would be giving you break, right, when I would be tired. Alright, so here we use the POHA technique or principle of homogeneity, right? Deriving the formula. Okay, what does the principle of homogeneity says that? Okay. Suppose A plus B is equal to C, right? There are 2 quantities adding and giving, right, C. Now, according to the principle of homogeneity, similar quantities, that is quantities having the same dimensions, can be added or subtracted. What do I mean by this? Let me just explain you with an example. Length can be added or subtracted with length only, and of course will give you length, right? Is it possible to add 5 kg to 10 meters and write 15 kg meter? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, Jatin, Prajita, enter, is it possible to write 5 kg 10 meters and add them and write it as 15? No. Why? Because all of us know only similar quantities can be added or subtracted. Either it should be kg only in both the quantities or meter, correct? Now, so they would be asking you check whether this is formula is correct or incorrect, dimensionally correct or incorrect, fine. Second was deriving the formula. Second application was deriving the formula. Deriving the formula. Now, let me just give you an example what exactly we do in this, right? For example, your pocket money, right? Your pocket money depends upon which all factors? Yes, Alice, right? Okay, the pocket money you get from your parents, on which all factor does it depends? Yes. By the way, if your friends are giving the NEET on 5th of May, you can share this lecture link with them. Definitely it is going to help them out. Yeah, go ahead. Your salary, sorry, not your salary, your pocket money, it depends upon which all factors, right? I think your parents' salary, correct? Commission of your elder brother or sister, right? Fine. And what all? Your behavior, your marks, sorry, salary, commission, salary of the parents, commission of your elder brother or sister, your behavior at home, correct? On these all factors it depends, right? Though elder brother, yeah, my younger brother doesn't give any commission to me, right? I have to snatch it from him. Okay, but he is very smart. He went to the mom and cries in front of her, then I have to return it. Okay, fine. So, parent salary, brother's commission, elder brother or sister commission, and third is your behavior at home. Now the question is, to what extent does it depends? It may happen that that parent's salary is more prominent as compared to elder brother or sister commission, right? Sorry, parent salary is more prominent as compared to elder brother or sister commission. Your behavior is much more prominent than that, right? So basically in this deriving the formula, our task would be a physical quantity would be given to us, right? It would be depending upon number of factors A, B and C, right? So we need to find to what extent is it depending, X, Y and Z, basically to what powers they are raised. This is what we need to find. Recent marks, sir, okay. Yes, recent marks, that is a very important factor. All that is in fact ratio should be raised to the power infinity, right? Everything is 0 behind that, correct, Alice? Okay, now in this question we need to represent energy. We need to find energy is depending upon these three physical quantities. To what extent? Basically, if I write it as energy, it is equal to force, acceleration and time, but we don't know to how much extent is it dependent. So we will take the powers to be x, y, z, and our task in this question is to find the values of x, y and z. Clear, Alice? Right. So this is our main task, to find the values of x, y and z, right? Now let us move ahead. Write the dimensional formula for all the four quantities. Energy, as we had seen, it is ml square t raised to the power minus 2. Force, ml t raised to the power minus 2 raised to the power x, t raised to the minus 2 raised to the power x. By the way, I write this curved 2, reason being because there is somewhat confusion between this 2 and z. It may be created, so I draw this curve 2. Small thing to be noted here. A is the acceleration, not the area. Fine. What is the dimensional formula for acceleration? We had just seen L t raised to the power minus 2. Force is here, energy is here. Fine. Those who had joined late, don't worry, we had just now started. L t raised to the power minus 2 raised to the power y. T is time and the t raised to minus 2. Fine. raised to the power y, and capital T is time raised to the power z, right? So this will become multiply the powers. I hope all of you know this. This is mlt raised to the power some x, right? So x gets multiplied. 1 into x, x, 1 into x, x, 2 into x, 2x, right? So this power gets multiplied, right? Exponents in power we had seen. All right. Now, m raised to the power x into L raised to the power x into T raised to the power minus 2x, fine. Now, similarly, L raised to the power y, T raised to the power minus 2y, and T raised to the power z here, fine. So this will become m, only one m is there, m raised to the power x. Now, observe this, L is here and L is here as well. So base same, power gets added. I hope all of you know this. Base same, power gets added. So there would be very small concepts meanwhile while we would be doing the questions, right? Okay, Sarah, you are here also. Fine, great. You are giving the NEET this year. 18 watching. All right. So what I was saying? Yes. So base same, power gets added. Base same, power adds. Power adds. So suppose this is a raised to the power 2 raised to the power x into 2 raised to the power y. So base is same, write the base once and add the powers, that is x plus y. Fine. Base same, power adds. Okay. Now L raised to, so L base is same, power will be added, x plus y. T raised to the power, again base same, 3 bases are there, still power would be added, minus 2x minus 2y plus z. Fine. On the other hand, on LHS you have ml square t raised to the power minus 2. ml square t raised to the power minus 2. Now you need to find the value of x, y and z. The only thing that you need to do here is comparison. Comparison of the powers. Lecture would be of around, again I am telling you, slightly long it would be, right? On comparing powers. Fine. So m is here, right? So from here, can I compare the power? 1 is equal to x. So value of x you had got, right? Similarly, comparing the powers of L. So here it is 2 and here it is x plus y, right? So 2 is equal to x value you already found, that is 1, right? So from here y is equal to 1. Right. Now compare the powers of t, right? That is, this would be slightly longer, minus 2x minus 2y plus z. This power should be equal to this minus 2, right? Wherever you feel that this particular thing is not clear, you can just try type in the comment section, we will see, right? Okay, now you have the values of x and y. X is equal to 1 and y is equal to 1. Substitute the values here and you will get the answer. So x is 1 here, y is also 1 here, plus z is equal to minus 2, right? So minus 4 plus z, this is equal to minus 2, right? So from here z is equal to 4 minus 2, this makes it as 2. So now you have the values of x, y and z, all three of them. Substitute these values in the main formula, that is here. Substitute the values of x, y and z here, right? Y you have, x you have and z you have, right? Fine. Okay, let us move ahead and substitute the values. Since I don't have the space, let me write here itself. X is 1, y is also 1 and z is 2, right? So fa t raised to the power 2, right? Option number 1. Fine. Clear? Clear? Type in the comment section clear and do type clear with percentage. How much percentage is it clear to you? 10%, 20%, 30%. I am gonna fall. Okay, Sarah. Fine. Okay. Next question. Keep your notebook and pen ready. Keep your notebook and pen ready quickly. Right. NEET 2022. Very interesting question and conceptual question. Right. Let me check if live is working fine. Try this out. Quickly try this out. Okay. Now, this is very simple. Plane angle and solid angle have, right? I think all of you remember that these were two supplementary quantities that we had discussed while discussing the 7 fundamental quantities. Okay, Miraj, second option, correct, fine. Plane angle do have units and solid angle do have units. These are the two supplementary quantities, radians, steradians. Fine. So units are there, but both of them are dimensionless, right? Both of them are dimensionless. That is, this question we had discussed in the class as well. They have units but no dimensions. Correct, Miraj? Okay, next question. Try this out. This is based on the significant figure concept. Significant figure concept. Okay, by the way, this is the first time, I think, if I'm not wrong, like it's happening live, though it could have been a recorded session also, as I told previously, but I thought to take it as live because NEET, it's 3 days are only left, and trust me, this next 3-4 hours would be ultimately enough for you to have the recap of complete grade 11, right? Yes, go ahead. Yes, Miraj, Sarah, Alice, Najib. Yes, Najib, what would be the answer? The area of rectangular field, length is this much, breadth is this much, after rounding off the value for correct significant figure digits is. So they are asking, what would be the area? Length is given to us as 55.3 meters. 55.3 meters and breadth is given to us as 25 meters, and they are asking us as the what would be the area. I think, if I am not wrong, area is length into breadth, right? Length is 55.3 and breadth is 25 meter. Right? Now, if you are actually multiplying them and then finding out the answer, sir, so grade 11 portion full we will be covering. Yes, correct, Alice, complete. We would be covering wherever required. I would be explaining the concept as well. So here comes the concept of significant figures. Here comes the concept of significant figures and rounding off. Now, significant figure and rounding off. Very important and in fact very easy. One of the most easiest part, I would say, if I have to rate it. Now, listen carefully. Significant figures and rounding off. First of all, you should know how to calculate significant figures. Second, you should know how to round off a number, right? Now, for example, if I ask you how many significant figures are there in 544.63, the answer is 1. This is a significant figure, 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 right? So in this, 5 significant figures are there, right? Which rule I have applied? All the non-zero numbers are counted as significant figure. Second example, okay, all the non-zeros are counted as significant figure. This is a very easy rule and you can easily calculate the number of significant figures. The only game would be to judge whether a given number which involves 0 whether that 0 is a significant figure or not. That would be the game. Now, for example, the number is 0.520073. Fine. So we know that non-zero number significant. Fine. What about these two zeros? Second rule says that if a 0 or more than one 0 are lying between two non-zero number, then it would be counted as significant. So these two would be counted as significant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 significant figures are there in this number, right? Now, let us come to this rule. Okay, now this rule can be applied with multiplication and division and addition and subtraction. What does multiplication and division say is that the final answer after multiplication or division will include as many significant figures as the number having least significant figures. So till what time it will go? Till you get prepared for your NEET. That is like till you not exactly prepared, till you get thorough revision up till the last topic of the grade 11. Fine. Okay. Fine. Private account. What is so private that the name is private account? Okay. Like in India, students join with the name Rohini ke studs. By the way, I stay in nearby Rohini only. rohinikestuds@gmail.com. Okay. A into B. Suppose it gives the answer as C. Now, this rule states that after multiplication, C will have as many significant figures as possessed by least of the two numbers. For example, it has two significant figures and it has four significant figures. A has two significant figures, B has four significant figures. Then C must have least of the two, that is, it must have two significant figures. So this rule I think can be applied here. Now first you need to know how many significant figures are there in this. I think there are three significant figures, correct? Non-zero, non-zero, non-zero. Fine. Basic rule, three significant figures. How many significant figures are there in this? 1, 2. Both numbers be non-zero. Two significant figures are there in this, correct? Now, they are asking what would be the area of this when rounded off to correct significant figure. Right? No need to actually multiply them. Reason being, because I know whatever the answer is should have least of the two, that is must have two significant figures only. No need to actually multiply them. Let us look at the options. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 significant figures are in this. 3 significant figures, 4 significant figures, right? How many significant figures does this have? I think 1, 2, this is not counted. 2 significant figures are there in this, so option number 1. Fine. Without even solving, you can tell what is the correct answer. Correct, Zunaira. Absolutely correct. Fine. Again, if your friends are preparing for the NEET exam, make sure they also join this session. Grade 11 would be completely 101% done from recap would be done. And this is the best thing. Like I remember very well when I gave the CAT exam last year, 2022, right? And the CAT was next day. It's usually the last Sunday of the November, right? So I was wondering what to do on Saturday, So there's this our channel only MBA Wallah, right? So sir took a live session that I still remember the name. That was trap questions of quantitative aptitude, right? I watched the 2 videos were there. I watched both the videos, and next day when I was giving the paper, right? And at the end, as you know, less time is left and we have to quickly do, right? Last question, only I think 4-5 seconds were left for the timer to stop. After that, you can't give the exam, right? Same question as it is came, which I had seen in the day before only in that on that MBA Wallah channel, right? As it is, it came. So in fact I remember the value as well. I think it was 1. right? It was one, it was 1. Answer was 1 for that, and I quickly marked it because question in fact without any value change it was as it is, so I could answer it. Okay, the errors in the, so this question is from errors, right? Error analysis. The errors in the measurement which arise due to unpredictable fluctuations like temperature and voltage supply. So as soon as it says unpredictable, that is random errors, right? Voltage, right? Either it can be voltage, temperature, mechanical vibrations. So answer becomes random errors. That is option number 1. Fine. In the question only it has given you the hint. Fine. So read it carefully. Now NEET 2023, that is the last year only. A metal wire has a mass this much gram, radius this much mm, and length this much centimeter. The maximum possible percentage error in the measurement of the density will be nearly. Try this out quickly. This is another important and interesting question. Here you have to use the formula and then find out what would be the percentage error in the density. For that you should know the density formula. Take a few seconds and do try this out. Since it's a live session, you can't pause it, right? Read the question and try this out quickly. Option 1. Which website? Which website you guys have seen? Okay, let us see. Now, here a concept of errors would be used. Very simple concept. Now, and of course this is important. Suppose there is a physical quantity P and it is given by a square into b cube divided by d raised to the power 4. Fine. And they are asking what is the percentage error in P. Fine. What is the percentage error in P? Fine. A very simple concept that we have to use here. Delta P by P is equal to, errors are always added. What is delta P? What is P? Delta P is the error in physical quantity P and P is the value of that physical quantity. For example, here the mass has value 0.4 plus minus, 0.4 plus minus 0.002 grams, right? So this is nothing but m plus minus delta m written in front of you. Fine. Okay. Radius is given to us as 0.3 plus minus 0.001 mm it is, that we will change later on if required. Okay. So radius plus minus delta r, this is given to you. Third, length is given to us as length with error, this is given to us as 5 plus minus 0.02. Fine. 0.02 meters, correct? No, sorry, centimeters it is. L plus minus delta L it is. It's so dark. L plus minus delta L it is given to you. Fine. Okay. Now it is 1.6%. Let us see. I think you are correct, but I am not sure. We will have to solve it. Okay. Now the formula is very simple. Delta P errors, first of all, the fractional errors, these are always added. Delta A by A plus, I am leaving some space, delta B by B plus delta C by C. Delta A by A plus delta B by B plus delta C by C. Now, whatever the powers to which these physical quantity on the right hand side are raised to, multiply with that. For example, A is raised to the power 2, multiply this by 2. B is raised to the power 3, multiply this by 3. D is raised to the power 4, multiply, I'm sorry. Take this as C, take this as C. A, B and C. Okay, C is raised to the power 4, so multiply this by 4. Multiply this by 4. This is the only catch here. If they are asking you percentage error, multiply LHS by 100 and RHS also by 100. Fine. This is the how we find percentage error. Sir, how to get how to get minimum marks from physics? Many of they are planning on to attempt physics questions in NEET. How to get minimum or maximum marks? First change your question, right? How to get minimum marks? So you need a strategy also to score minimum marks. Leave physics, you will get the minimum marks. Fine. Don't attempt any question, and that is how you will score minimum marks. Okay, now they are asking maximum possible percentage error in the measurement of density, right? Density, I hope all of you know, that is mass per unit volume. Fine. Now, volume is measured as volume. They are talking about a wire, right? They are talking about a wire. Now, how is volume of a wire measured? You should know that first of all. I think that is this cross-sectional area into this complete length, correct? Into this complete length. This is how we measure the volume, and this cross-sectional area, this is equal to pi r square, and this length is L. Correct? Correct? No. Pi r square into L. Now, leave the constant and start picking the physical quantities in the formula. Delta rho by rho, the percentage error in density you need to find. This is equal to pick m. Delta m by m. There you can put plus minus also. Plus delta r by r plus delta L by L. To whatever the powers are raised, this is raised to the power 1, so you can multiply it by 1. This is raised to the power 2, multiplied by 2. This is raised to the power 1, multiplied by 1. Pi is a constant, so no need to write that. Fine. Pi is a constant whose value does not change. 3.14, that is 22 upon 7. That's why I haven't written it. Right. Now, each and everything I think you have. Delta m is there, m is there, delta r is there, r is there, L is there, delta L is there. Right. And yeah, let us apply this in the formula. Delta rho by rho. Fine. This is equal to delta m by m. Delta m by m. Delta m is 0.02. 0.002 divided by mass is how much? 0.4. Fine. R is how much? 0.001 divided by 0.001 divided by 0.3 multiplied by 2. This complete factor is multiplied by 2. Fine. Now, delta L by L, that is 0.02 divided by 5. Fine. Now solve this. By the way, they are asking percentage error. Fine. Percentage error they had asked. So what would be the done here? You have to multiply LHS by 100. So you will get the percentage error in density. This is nothing but percentage error in density. Correct? That is what they are asking in the question. Fine. And multiply this complete side by 100. Fine. So this 100 will be multiplied by this and this. Right. So let me just write it directly. Fine. Because it's a very simple calculation to be done. Fine. So this will become 0.2 divided by 0.4. How? I had multiplied this by this factor plus multiply here by 2. 0.2 divided by 0.3 plus 2 divided by 5. It would be fine. Now solve this. You would be getting the answer as 0.5 plus 0.6. 2 by 3 is 0.66. 2 by 5, that makes it 0.4. Right. So this complete factor will become 1.56. Right. 1.56, correct? 0.96, this will become 1.56. In the question, they had asked percentage error in density, that is delta rho by rho into 100. Fine. In the question, they had asked how much is the what's the percentage error? So 1.56, you can make it as 1.6% approximately. So option number 4th. Fine. Clear? Clear? Shall we move ahead? Alice, Zunaira, Miraj, again I am telling you, this grade 11th ultimate recap series, even if you hadn't studied, I am picking the concepts with the basics concept as well, right? Explaining you what exactly that formula means instead of jumping directly to the formula, right? Okay, next question, next chapter, motion in a straight line. Congrats, finally we move to the next chapter, right? Fine, so this is related to distance traveled in the nth second. So we need to calculate the ratio of the distance traveled by the freely falling body in the first second, second second, third second and the fourth second. Okay, let us understand the concept related to distance traveled in nth second. Okay, let me first tell you about the three equations. Fine. Then we would be looking at distance traveled in the nth second, right? Because this would be used later on. Just consider a car moving with some initial velocity u, right? And it is accelerating at an acceleration a. After a time t, how come the car got bigger? Tata Nano, my dream car. Fine. Whose manufacturing has started again. Okay, fine. After a time t, right, accelerating with acceleration a, right. So it has acquired a final velocity v, and it has moved and it has displaced the distance, and the displacement is s. Fine. What are the three equations of motion? V is equal to u plus at, s is equal to ut plus half at square, v square minus u square is equal to 2as. Now there is something missing in this, which usually I think it's generally not taught in the school as well. It's the vector quantity v, u acceleration. So you need to consider with the signs, displacement u, a acceleration a, displacement s. Why I haven't put a vector symbol on t? Right? Because t is a scalar quantity. Fine. All right. This is done. Where u is the initial velocity, v is the final velocity after time t, and acceleration is a, and in time t it has displaced by s. Fine. So these are the three equations that we would be using now. Another thing that you should know is about distance traveled in nth second. Distance traveled in nth second. Distance traveled in nth second, and I would give you a break, don't worry. Okay. Sir, my signature was quite compressed in my admit card. Will they pose any issue? Like if it's in that format only, right? The original one, right? If it is similar like that, so no problem in that. Try to just fit to the page, right? Whenever you are taking the printout of that. And okay, dress code should be very simple, right? Don't you put any metallic objects on your body, right? Because they are going to remove it, right? There should not be any locket or any thing in your hand also, right? Remove that, otherwise they are going to remove it. And try to just go there in joggers, that's it, right? Joggers or shorts, whatever you have, right? Go there in that, no metallic object should be there, and wear slippers, that's it. Avoid shoes, right? And do like use a mosquito repellent if you are wearing slippers, because in one of the centers I remember there were a lot mosquitoes there out, right? So it was a very trouble, and they don't have any mosquito repellent there out. So this is the dress code, very simple dress code. And have a good breakfast in the morning, right? Not that much good that you are sitting inside washroom out of the 20 minutes you are there in the washroom, right? So not that much heavy. Have a decent breakfast. Have banana shakes if it's good for your gut, right? It does not, you are not allergic to it. Fine. Have good breakfast, healthy, that you are not feeling hungry during the exam. Fine. Breakfast and dress code, admit card, water bottle you should carry, transparent water bottle, just check if they are allowed. Do carry a transparent water bottle, and Yeah, that is the thing. And ID card, of course, right? In one of the exam I forgot to carry an ID card, Aadhaar card, right? And I remember very well that day, like I went to get a printout there itself before the exam, 10 minutes before the exam, and the website was crashed, right? The website was crashed, right? So if you hadn't taken out the printout, so make sure you take out the printout of the admit card immediately. Fine, don't wait that okay on 5th of May in the morning I will get the printout of your admit card and read all the instructions, right? If possible, we will see the instructions as well in the live class as well after the break or so, right? What all things to carry with you. Fine. Okay. Fine. Distance traveled in the nth second. What do I mean by this? Just understand carefully. At time is equal to 0, body was at position A. It is accelerating. Fine. After 1 second, it is at B. After 2 seconds, it is at C. After 3 seconds, it is at D. Fine. And so on. Now listen carefully. What is the difference between distance travelled in 3 seconds, distance travelled in third second? Distance travelled in 3 seconds, distance travelled in third second. Fine. Now, yes Harsh, what needs to be explained? Please let me know. This is distance travelled in 3 seconds. On the other hand, first, second, third. Distance travelled in the third second. S3. Distance travelled in the second. Distance travelled in the first second. Clear? Fine. So this we use to calculate how much is the total displacement, or if it's moving linear motion is there, right? In one direction, right? So distance we use this formula. On the other hand, if we have to calculate distance travelled in nth second, then we use the formula u plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. Fine. Where n is the nth second. If they are asking to calculate distance travelled in the first second, use n is equal to 1. Acceleration of the body, right? That's it. And u, initial velocity, which would be generally 0 in such questions. Fine. Let us use this. The ratio of the distance travelled by a freely falling body in the first second and the third second. What do I mean by freely falling body? Right? There is a body here, right? You had just dropped it. That is initial velocity. This is equal to 0. Fine. And it is of course moving under the influence of gravity alone. That is acceleration due to gravity. 10 meter per second square. Minus 10 meter per second square it would be. No. Now, in the first second, after 1 second, it is here. After 1 second, it is here. After 2 seconds, it is here. After 3 seconds, it is here. After 4 seconds, it is somewhere here. Right. So they are asking what is the ratio of the distance travelled in the first second, second second, third second, fourth second. Fine. Correct. By the way, this should be on your tips. You should learn this. S1, S2, 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 S3, S2, S4, S2, S5 they had asked. No, that's it. Right. It is 1:3:5:7. Fine. 1:3:5:7. You should learn this. Right. If they are asking 5 seconds, 1:3:5:7:9. Right. You need to learn this. And if you are very much keen how this ratio came, just use the formula. Distance travelled in the first second, formula is very simple. U plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. Fine. If you are very much keen how this ratio came, just substitute the values in the formula. For the first second, fine. Acha, u is 0. Fine. U factor is 0. Fine. So you can remove this, just write a by 2 into 2n minus 1. Fine. So this will be a by 2. First second they are asking, put n is equal to 1 here. So 2 minus 1, 1. Second, a by 2, put n is equal to 2, this will become 3 here. Third second, a by 2, put n is equal to 3 here, 3 into 2, 6 minus 1, 5. A by 2, put n is equal to 4 here, 4 into 2, 4 into 2, 8, 8 minus 1, 7. Right. Now take the ratio of all three of them, right, and you will get the answer. I think you will be getting 1:3:5:7 only. Option number 1. Okay. Quickly let me know in the comment section. Which ratio is this? What is the significance of this 1:4:9:16? That is also a very interesting thing. Okay, I will give you a hint. It is related to distance traveled in n seconds. It is related to nth second. This is somewhat related to distance traveled in n seconds, right? So this is the physical significance. Okay, fine. Try this out. NEET 2021, very important and easy question. Okay. One of my okay, I will tell you in a while. One of my cousin, I am like, have you joined the live class, like before the 2-3 minutes before the class, and he's like, no, I am watching the live of PYQs. Right, I think she was live, so he's like, I will watch your live in the recorded form. And yeah, like I met that Vadapav girl. If you would have heard of her, around 2 days back only. That day she was about to distribute some langar there around, and police took her away that day. Yeah, I was there that day behind the cameras. She lives that society where she puts the stall. It's around 2-3 kilometers from my place. 3 kilometers around from my place. But I had never previously met her. I thought let's go, and I was passing by this, so I thought let's meet her. By that time, she was inside the police jeep that day, and my younger brother is watching, his sibling, watching her live. On some news channel. Sir, can you advise about fingerprint? The admit card, should it be horizontal or vertical? Like you are asking that to put the fingerprint horizontally or vertically, is it so? That is what you are asking, na? Just check the length of that box, how it is, how the space is there, right? And do read whether that needs to be put in the presence of the invigilator or before. Fine. Okay, guys, I am giving you few seconds to solve this. Fine, because the main crux or the main soul of this revision series last 3 years, I hope those who are joined late. So we are discussing the PYQs last 3 years, right, of this NEET 2021, 22, 23, right. So the crux of this is that, the soul of this is that you also try with me. Fine, if you are not able, no need to write the question, just write the solution itself. Then do it, just check if you can do it horizontally if it's written there. If it is strictly mentioned to be vertical there, just we will see the instructions also of the admit card. I will get one of the admit card if possible, and we will read the instructions in the live session itself, right, after the break, right. Okay, the displacement time graph of two moving particles makes an angle 30 degree and 45 degree with the x-axis as shown in the figure. The ratio of the respective velocities, right. So the two moving particles 30 degree and 45 degree. Okay, so this is particle 1, this is particle 2, right, taken in order, 30 degree first and 45 degree then. Fine. Now, right, now, yes, hello Khaja, hello, with the x-axis as shown in the figure, the ratio of the respective velocity. So we need to find V1 is to V2. So this is the displacement time graph of two bodies. You can just imagine car number 1 and car number 2, right, moving with some velocity, right. So their displacement time graph is shown in front of you, right. Now they are asking what is the ratios of their speeds, correct, ratio of their velocities, respective velocities they are asking. Fine. Yes, Khaja, what should we do here? You had completed grade 11th, na? Yes. I think slope of displacement time graph gives, yes, can anyone tell me in the comment section? Make sure you share this lecture, those who are preparing for the NEET. this would be very beneficial. We are revising the grade 11 complete curriculum. So slope of the xt graph, this gives you the velocity, or you can say the speed. This is the main crux here, right? So for the first, the slope will be tan of theta 1, tan of theta 1. This would be the slope of the first, for the first body. What would be the slope? That is tan 30 degree. Right? What would be the slope for the second body? Tan theta 2, that is tan 45 degree. Now, they are asking what is V1 is to V2. V1 is to V2, right? So, velocity is represented by slope of the xt graph. Slope of xt graph. How is the Josh? High, super high. And what about those who are having low? Okay. V1 is to V2. So, basically you need to find the ratios of the slope, right? That is tan 30 degree to tan 45 degree, right? Tan 30 degree is nothing but 1 by root 3, tan 45 degree is nothing but 1. So, the ratio turns out to be 1 by root 3, that is option number 1. Right. Clear, clear. Let us move ahead. Very simple question it was. There would be more questions on the tougher side. NEET 2023 only. I think this we had discussed somewhere in the previous academic session. We will see, Alice, we will see the admit card also, don't worry. Okay, yes. There is a shortcut trick to this also, but let us see the general technique used. If the question comes twisted, then still you would be able to do this. I think this question we had tried in the class also. A vehicle travels half the distance with the speed v and remaining distance with speed 2v. Its average speed is. Now, before using the shortcut, you should know the general technique to solve this. They are asking what is average speed. The master formula, the only formula that you should know, that you must know is that average speed is equal to total distance. Yes, Kaja, total distance upon total time. Total distance upon total time. Correct? This is the formula for average speed. Now, for this, you should know how much is the total distance and how much time it took to cover that much distance. So, in the question they are saying speed, it travels half the distance. Okay. Let us assume the complete distance to be 2s. I am assuming it. So, from A to B and B to C. Correct. So, A to B will be S and B to C will be again S. Right. I have broken it into two parts, A to B and B to C. In the question they are saying that it has covered this A to B distance with a speed v and the remaining distance with a speed 2v. So, we need to calculate the complete journey for how much is the average speed for the complete journey. Now, very simple. Total distance we have 2s, but what is the total time? So, if I get the time of AB, how much time it took to cover AB, how much time it took to cover how much time it took to cover BC distance, right? Then I can simply add them and that would be my total time. Correct? Correct, Alice? Correct, Khaja? Now, time to cover AB. I hope you remember that formula. Speed is equal to distance upon time. Right. Now, time from here will be distance by speed. Now, best thing to learn this is to learn this triangle. D. I always refer this triangle whenever anything I have to find, right? Now, for example, they are asking us to find time now. Time is distance upon for speed. Fine. Distance is how much? AB. Speed is how much? V. Fine. AB is equal to S and speed is equal to V. So, S upon V. Correct? Fine. By the way, this triangle has a lot of applications. Suppose they asked you how much is distance, right? If provided no acceleration, that is S into T. Fine. No need to write that formula and figure out what is distance, what is speed, what is time. Simply directly you can find with this DST triangle what is time, what is distance, what is speed in terms of the other two. Fine. Now, time to cover BC, B to C. I think that distance BC upon speed 2v. BC is how much? S. Distance speed is 2v. Right. Now let us substitute in that formula, that is average speed is equal to total distance. Total distance, I think that is equal to AC divided by total time. Time of AB plus time it took to cover BC. Time it took to cover this much portion. Time it took to cover this much portion. Right. That is adding the two timings. Fine. All right. AC is equal to 2S. AC is equal to 2S, TAB T plus TBC, S by V plus S by 2V. S by V plus S by 2V. Just now maths is left after this. 2S divided by S can be taken common. 1 by V plus 1 by 2V. Shortcut also I would be telling you, don't worry. S and S gets cancelled out here. 2 upon. This will make it as 2V in the denominator. 2 plus 1, 3. Fine. So this makes it at 4V by 3. Fine. 4V by 3, that is the average speed to cover the complete journey when half of the journey is covered with this much speed and the other half with this much speed. That is option number 4. Clear? Yes. Zain, Ales, Harsh. Clear to you? Let me know. High, low, super high. Yes, go ahead. Here if the distance is equal, right? This is specifically, this shortcut is strict to this only. If the distances are equal, you can just simply do 2a into b upon a plus b. Fine. Where a is the first speed, b is the speed in the second half, that is 2v, right? V plus 2v, right? So that makes it 4v square upon 3v. Sorry, 4v square upon 3v. Fine. So this v and v gets cancelled out. So 4v by 3. Fine. Option number 4. So with the help of the formula, you can just directly tell, but provided this formula is not always valid, right? It is only subject to when both the distances covered are equal, right? And average speeds for both the distances are given to you. A and B are the average speeds in the both portion. Fine. Not always valid, but this is always valid. Using this concept is always valid. Fine. All right. Next question. Try this out. Try this question out. Take a few seconds and try this out. Motion under gravity. Motion under gravity. Yes, Khaja, got the answer? Hi, sir. Super high. Okay. In my session, I marked it as high instead of super high. Yes, Alice, Zaim. Make sure you share it with as many as people, those who are prepared, students who are going to give the NEET on 5th of May. Okay, shall we move ahead? Yes, any of you got the answer? We will see an admit card also and read the instructions after the break, right? What are the important instructions for the NEET? Always read the instruction before going, right? And whatever documents are required, you need to carry them. Better you go there with any of the guardians or elder brother, sister, whosoever is there. Yes, exactly. In fact, these questions are asked in last 3 years only. So we are discussing the PYQs. of the last 3 only. I know your teachers have made you prepared for a very level higher than this, right? But this is the level they usually ask, because we don't know what would be there on 5th of May, correct? Prepare for the best and be ready for the worst, right? Alright, so very tough question, it is correct. Now motion under gravity, right? So very simple and easy concept would be applied here. A horizontal bridge is built across a river. A student, NEET 2023 only. A student standing on the bridge throws a small ball vertically upward with a velocity 4 meters per second. The ball strikes the water surface after 4 seconds. The height of the bridge above the water is, right? Now, there is this bridge above the water, right? Let us draw the water blue. Oh, okay, fine. So there is this bridge above the water, right? And there is this person standing there out. Don't say he has just now came after giving the exam. Fine, he's just there enjoying the freshness one day before the exam. Na? He's like what to do and he's standing there. And he has thrown a stone vertically upward. Do read what is the direction of it. With a velocity of 4 meters per second. With a velocity of 4 meters per second. Now, here comes a concept of motion under gravity. Right. Here comes the concept of motion under gravity. Motion under gravity. Right. Now, very simple things that you should know. All the vectors in the upward direction, since I am making you the give the feel of this, all the vectors in the upward direction would be taken as positive. For example, there is a velocity and the direction of the velocity is in the upward direction, take it as positive, right? If the direction of, suppose you had thrown it some body downwards, right? And that okay, and that body is falling downwards, right? So you have to take that velocity as negative, right? You can take vice versa also, that is also possible, right? But this is the direction sense that I usually take to solve the numericals. Fine. Now, for example, if I am throwing upward with a velocity of 5 meters per second, upward. Fine. So I would be writing it as plus 5 meters per second, correct? Okay. What about acceleration of this body moving? What is motion under gravity? First of all, I hope all of you know this. When the body is moving under the influence of gravity alone, when the body is moving under the influence of gravity alone, fine, no external force is acting. Assume that there is no air resistance. Now observe this, only gravitational force is acting. Observe this. Throughout the motion of this, right? Throughout the motion of this body, right? Right, only gravitational force was acting on this, so that is referred to as motion under gravity, right? Okay, what is acceleration of this ball or moving body? That is equal to the acceleration due to gravity, right? That is 10 meters per second square. Now tell me, should I take it plus 10 meters per second square or minus 10 meters per second square? Plus 10 meters per second square or minus 10 meters per second square? I think we should take it as plus, correct? Wrong. Minus 10 meters per second square. Why? Because acceleration due to gravity, wherever the ball is moving, right? Even the ball is moving upwards, still acceleration due to gravity would be downwards. If the ball is moving downwards, right, with some velocity, still the acceleration due to gravity would be in the downward direction, right? So since it is always acting in the downward direction, according to our sign convention, it should be taken as this is our sign convention, negative. So minus 10 meters per second square. Now let us come back to it. Very easy question it was. You had thrown it with 4 meters per second in the upward direction. Now after 10 seconds, right? Time is equal to 10 seconds or sorry 4 seconds. It is written. Take g is equal to 10 meters per second square. If it is written 9.8, you have to take 9.8. Fine. Find the height of the bridge. right? So what exactly is going to happen? This ball would be moving in the upward direction, fine, velocity will become 0 and then will come downwards and fall in the river, fine. In fact, it would be in a straight line, we have to assume it to be in the straight line, fine. They are asking what is this height of the bridge, correct? The height of the bridge, this is what they are asking. Just observe the motion carefully. Guys, what is the displacement of this ball? I think this is the initial point and final point is this. This is the final point. So what will be the displacement of the ball? Right? Correct, Zaman. That is join the initial point and the final point with a straight line. That would be the displacement of the ball, and I think the displacement, this displacement is nothing but the height of the tower itself. So this is the displacement, guys, this is the displacement, fine. So can I use the formula displacement is equal to ut plus half at square, simple as that. So displacement, that is height of the tower, which we are supposed to find. U is the initial velocity, plus 4 or minus 4? Minus 4 I think. Why? Because it is in the upward direction. What about acceleration? Okay, fine. Minus 4, time it took 4 seconds, plus half acceleration due to gravity. I think whether it is moving upward or downwards, acceleration due to gravity always act in the downward direction. 10 meter per second? No, minus 10 meter per second square. Time it took 4 seconds, right? So minus 16, this gets cancelled out on 5. Minus 5, 5 into 4, minus 20, right? So that makes it as 20, 20, 36. Just a second, 4 meter per second, 4 seconds. Over the water surfaces, just a second. 5, 4, 20, 20, ut plus half at square, minus any calculation mistake that we did here. The student standing on the bridge throws the small ball vertically upward with a velocity 4 meter. The ball strikes the water surface after 10 seconds. The height of the bridge above the water surface is okay, fine. So u is 4 meter per second, fine. I think there might be some misprinting in this. Let me just confirm once. If it's 4 seconds here only, half a, okay, this is square, okay, no misprinting here. This is square, half a t square, square of time. So we hadn't taken the square. That's 5 into 4, 4 square is nothing but 16 itself, right? So now you can solve this. Minus 16, 16 into 5, that makes it how much? Okay, that should be taken as plus 4. I'm sorry. Since it's in upward direction, so plus 4 meter per second you need to take. Fine. So this will be plus 16. Plus 16. Small correction. Minus will be here and 4 square 16. Yeah. Now done. Fine. So this would be how much? 50, 30, minus 80. Right. So that makes it as plus minus minus. So this will be 70, 70, 64. Correct? Minus 64 meter. Now, why our negative sign is coming? In fact, this negative sign can tell me, whether my answer is wrong or right. This displacement is in the downward direction. If you notice, displacement is in downward direction and the downward vectors we take it as negative. So this minus is in fact confirming our answer, right? Since they had asked height, right? So that is taken as positive only, right? So 64 meter, that is option number 4. Clear? Clear? Any doubt in this you may ask. Yes, Zain. Clear? I think you had marked option number 4 only, Zain. Fine. Square we hadn't taken here. Fine. This would be taken positive because ball is thrown in the upward direction. Okay. Finally, next chapter. After 1 hour, 25 minutes. Guys, trust me, those who are watching this session, it would be more than enough for you. And let me know in the chat section if you need a break. Fine. Though I thought that to give you a break after around 1 hour 30 minutes. Right. So let us finish this motion in a plane. Then I will give you a break. Fine. Fine, Alice. and trust me, for 5th of May, this is going to nail. You will be like, yes, these 3-4 hours were worth for me. Fine. Motion in a plane. Let us move ahead. A ball is projected with a velocity 10 meter per second at an angle 60 degree with the direction with the vertical, right? And they are asking its speed at the highest point of its trajectory. Projectile motion. Projectile motion. Projectile motion. Very easy it is. Now, what they are saying? A ball is projected with a speed of 10 meter per second. So, initial speed is nothing but 10 meter per second. At what angle? At an angle 60 degree with the vertical. At an angle of 60 degree. That is, this much angle is 60 degree. Observe, read the question carefully. This angle is not given to you with the horizontal. In fact, it is given to you with the vertical. That is a small catch here, which usually point of mistake. Fine. I would give you a break, guys. Don't worry. Soon I would be giving you a break. Fine. So basically, it is thrown with an angle of 30 degree with the horizontal. It is thrown at an angle of 30 degree with the horizontal, and this is the path that it is going to trace. This is the path that it is going to trace. Fine. Now, its speed at the highest point will be. So this is a very, like, at highest point they ask a lot many things. What would be the highest point? They may ask you the momentum as well, right? So they are asking what is the speed at the highest point. Now observe carefully. This we had discussed multiple times. Okay, this is the initial speed. This would be u cos theta. That is u cos 30 degree. This will be u sin 30 degree. Again I am telling you, make sure you know the angle with the horizontal, right? Otherwise you can do the other way also, but usually students have a practice of doing it with the horizontal. Fine. Okay, now at the topmost point, vertical component vanishes. Vertical component, basically what is going to happen? There are two components of this velocity. Fine. So this is going to reduce, right? Reduce, and so on. Finally, this vertical component will vanish and only the horizontal component will be remaining at the topmost point. So at the topmost point, the velocity would be only due to the horizontal component, that is u cos 30 degree. Fine. U cos 30 degree. Fine. So that will be the velocity at topmost point, u cos 30 degree. U is how much? I think that is 10 meter per second. Cos 30 degree is how much? Root 3 by 2. 0, 1 by 2, 1 by 2, root 3 by, yes, root 3 by 2. And so this gets cancelled out on 5 root 3 meter per second. Option number 3. Option number 3. Clear, Zaim? You had answered option number 4. Students have started joining now. They are back from school. Okay, so the mode would be pure English, right? Last 3 year, previous year's question we are discussing, as the students are saying in the chat, that is this the level of NEET? Yes. From past year, this is. Fine. Okay, next question. Try it out NEET 2023. That one was from NEET 2022. Very tough question. Correct? Yes, go ahead. Yes, Alice, go ahead. Try this out. Yes. Again, those who had joined just now, we are doing this PYQ discussion. Last 3 year discussion it is. 2 chapters we had already discussed: units and measurement, motion in a straight line, motion in a plane. We are about to finish, and then I may give you a 5 minutes break, and then we can continue. Fine, 5 minutes break. That would be enough. Okay, let us move ahead. A bullet is fired from a gun at the speed of 280 meter per second. Oh, wow. In the direction 30 degree above the horizontal. The maximum height attained by the bullet is. Okay, very tough question, I think it is. Correct, guys? Type in the chat box. Very tough question if it is. So there is a bullet in the shape of bullet, of course, right, and it is fired at an angle of 30 degree above the horizontal, right. So it is fired at an angle of 30 degree above the horizontal with how much speed? 280 meter per second, correct, 280 meter per second. Fine. Of course it would be depicting the projectile motion, right. Fine. Now they are asking what is the maximum height, right, h max. Fine. I think for ground to ground projectile you should know all the three formulas. If you don't, let me write all the three formulas for you guys here itself. Ground to ground projectile, ground to ground. The format for teaching is very simple. We would be discussing the questions wherever required. I would be explaining you the concept as well, right. Just consider a ball thrown with initial velocity u, right, at an angle theta with the horizontal, right. Then maximum height, this is referred to as the maximum height. I think you guys can see. So height is increasing, maximum here, then decreasing, and finally reach the ground. So maximum height u square sin square theta by 2g. So this is the formula for maximum height. If I talk about the range, this is referred to as the range, right. What is the horizontal distance it has covered? That is u square sin 2 theta upon g. What about capital T? That is the time of flight. For what time was this projectile, was this body in the air, right? For how many seconds, right? Or minutes? 2u sin theta by g. That is the formula. Fine. Ground to ground projectile. So these basic things you should know. Fine. So formula for h max, u square sin square theta upon 2g, right. U is how much? 280 meter per second. Okay, just check if all of them are in the SI units, right. Square sine of 30 degree, square of this divided by twice of g. Now the value of g is given to us as 9.8 meter per second square. Now you don't have to take it from your end that you will take 10. It is mentioned in the question 9.8. So Khaja, take it as 9.8 only. Fine. So 280 into 280 sin 30 degrees 0.5 or you can write 1 by 2 also. Fine. I hope all of you know 0.5 half, that is half. Correct. So Zaid, what would be the answer? Half into half. Correct. Divided by 2 into 9.8. Fine. Solve this. What you are getting? I think this gets cancelled out on 140. This again gets cancelled out on 140. This gets cancelled out on 70. What else we can do here? 10. Fine. 770. 10, 14. So this gets cancelled out on 14. This gets cancelled out on 10. Fine. So 1000 meter is what you would be getting from this. That is option number 4. 1000 meter. Correct. Alice, Zain, Vanilla, hello, joined quite early. Yeah, can you hear me? So fast, huh? Okay, Vanilla, we had just now started, only 94 minutes back. Don't worry, you hadn't missed out anything. The concept is very simple. Last 3 years PYQs we are discussing. This was NEET 2023, right? And units and measurement we had done. Motion in a straight line we are done. Motion in a plane we are about to finish, right? Okay, next question. Try this out. NEET 2021. This is slightly, this seems to be tough, but it is not. Take a few seconds. Concept is very simple. That you need to do it yourself. I would be just helping it, and trust me, this you will remember me in the day, at the day of the exam, right? Two more questions are there for this. Now, to do such questions, if you are not able to understand in a single go, break it into parts. Fine. That is, a particle moving in a circle of radius r with a uniform speed takes time capital T to complete one revolution, right? So basically the first part and second part is somewhere related to projectile. Fine. So what is this first part? So first part is giving you hint that you need to extract some information from the first statement. Fine. Because if you see in the option, there are terminology, the R and T are there. So first part is helping you to extract some information. Fine. So moving in a circle, so there is this particle which is moving in a circle with uniform speed. Fine. That speed be v. Let us take that speed be v. So vanilla, what is the value of that speed v? Speed is equal to, okay, distance upon time. Distance traveled upon time. Taken to travel that distance. Now it is saying, we will break it into parts. It is saying, okay, radius of this is given to us as capital R. It is saying it takes capital T time to complete one revolution. That is from here to reach back here. It is taking time T. Fine. It is taking how much time? Capital T. How much distance it has covered? I think if radius is R, so that is equal to circumference of the circle, 2 pi r. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes or no? Okay, Alice has answered also. Let us see whether it's correct or incorrect. Yes, Vanilla. This would be the speed of this moving particle. First part of the question, interpretation done. Second part. If this particle were projected with the same speed at an angle theta to the horizontal, right, the maximum height attained by it is equal to 4r. The angle of the projection theta is. So now understand carefully, this same particle, fine, this same particle, now it is projected, fine, with the same speed, that is v speed only, with an angle theta, with the horizontal, that is this angle is equal to theta this time. Fine. Clear, Vanilla? This angle is theta. Now they are asking what is the value of theta in terms of r, t and g, and maximum height they had given to us as this maximum height h max, it is given to us as 4r. Now this seems to be tough, but trust me, it is also very easy. Theta you need to calculate with this much information only, you can calculate theta. Maximum height, all of us know this is equal to u square sine square theta upon 2g, correct? This is equal to 4r. Let me just add one more slide. U square sine square theta upon 2g, this is equal to 4r, correct? U is how much? Initial speed. Initial speed is nothing but v only, v square. Okay. Theta we need to calculate, na? Let me send all other things that side. It's in divide, it will go there and multiply. 4r into 2g. It's in multiply, it will go in divide here. V square, correct? Sine square theta, this is equal to 4r into 2g. Acha, 4 into 2, you can write it as 8rg divided by v square. Fine. Okay. What is v? What is v? I think we had already found the value of v. Correct, Vanilla? Correct, Zamin? Correct, Visa? Correct. Now, 2RT, this is the value of v. That is 2RT divided by, just a second, sorry, 2 pi r. 2 pi r divided by t. 2 pi r divided by capital T, right. So that brings it down to 8 r g into T divided by 2 pi r. So r and r gets cancelled out. Finally, you are getting the sine square theta as this gets cancelled out on 4. Okay, I'm sorry, square of this would be there. Fine, so square of this would be there. So it's v square there na, so you need to do the square of this. 8 rg divided by 4 pi square into r square divided by t square. Fine. Now this, I think this gets cancelled out on 2. So sine square theta will be equal to, yes guys, sine square theta, I am not writing NEET, but still okay. Sine square theta, this is equal to 2rg divided by pi square into r square. Okay, in fact you can cancel out 1 r also here if needed. Fine, in this step only let us cancel out, we will save some step. So 2g, this t square will go here, t square divided by pi square into r, this is square here. So take root both side, you will be getting sine theta here, that is taking root here and taking root here, that is what I am doing. Fine, so square and root will get cancelled out. So here you would be left with under the root 2g t square upon pi square into r, right. Sine theta is equal to 2g t square upon pi square into r, right. So theta from here will be equal to sine inverse of 2g t square upon pi square into r. Is this in the option? Let us see. 2gt square pi square r, correct. Yes, option number 3. Clear. I know this seems to be slightly tough, but it wasn't, honestly. Yes, Zaim, Alice, got it. This much basic calculation you should be well versed with, right? Yeah, go ahead, try this out. NEET 2021. Let me give you a hint. In this question, I think, read it carefully. Without even solving it much, you can still get the answer of this. Don't worry, after this I will give you a 5 minutes break. We have to cover 14 chapter, guys. By the way, there are chapters coming up from which much questions are not being asked. So that we would be able to do within a few minutes. Yes, any of you got the answer? Okay, very interesting question it is. A car starts from rest and accelerates at 5 meter per second square. Okay, well and good. So let us draw a car. So it is starting from rest. So initial speed will be 0 meter per second, right? And acceleration it is given to us as 5 meter per second square. Acceleration is given to us as 5 meter per second square. Correct? Now, at time is equal to 4 seconds. At t is equal to 4 seconds. Okay. After some time, that is time is equal to 0, it was here. After 4 seconds, how did the car length increased? Someone hit it from the top. Okay, so after 4 seconds, a ball is dropped from it. Okay, but let us analyze after 4 seconds what would have happened to the car. Let us analyze that. Fine. Yes, guys, let us apply 3 equations of motion, and can you tell me what would be the speed of the car after 4 seconds? Can you use that equation? V is equal to u plus at. Can you use this equation? I think initial speed is 0, acceleration is 5. 4 seconds after they are asking, v is equal to 20 meters per second. So after 4 seconds, the speed would be 20 meter per second. Why I written it? You will get to know. Now, after 4 seconds, a ball is dropped out of the window by a person sitting in the car, right? So, there is a notorious child like you, fine, who is throwing ball outside the car, I don't know why. What is the velocity of the acceleration of the ball at time is equal to 6 seconds. So, there is a person sitting inside this car, he has in fact dropped the ball, right? That is, he has not given, here is a person sitting, he has dropped the ball from the car. Now, as soon as he drops, just think logically, Zamir, Zain, Alice, what will be the velocity of this ball being dropped? I am moving in the car, right? First of all, if I am standing here, drop means this, right? If I am moving with some speed, right? If any of you would have noticed, okay, let us not throw this marker, let us do this experiment with the ball. Fine. So, what exactly happened? If any of you, there is no option to do slow motion, right? So, I was moving and I dropped it. It didn't fell there. In fact, it moved some distance and then touched the ground. Fine. So, basically guys, speed of this ball would be equal to, initial speed will be equal to the speed of the car only. That is 20 meter per second. So, this ball would be having a speed of 20 meter per second initially, guys. That is the thing here, and it would be depicting, I am drawing it downwards, of course it is here. So, it would be falling like this on the ground. Fine. Let me just denote it here because we don't have much space there. Fine. Now, in the question they are asking, very simple, without even solving you can do this. What is the velocity and acceleration of the ball at time is equal to 6 seconds? So, 4 seconds done here, right? 2 seconds after, right? So, basically if you start reading it from here, right? So, don't take time is equal to 6 seconds, take time is equal to 2 seconds. When you are studying this projectile motion only, fine. Why? Because 4 seconds it took to cover this, na? It had, according to the question, time started from here, fine. So, if you are studying only this, 4 seconds went there, so out of 6, 4 gone, 2 seconds left. So, 2 seconds are left. So, for next 2 seconds you have to study this. So, they are asking, after this 2 seconds, what would be the speed of the ball and what is the acceleration? Now, this is a very easy and tricky question. Without even solving, I can tell you the correct answer. It would be having some speed v dash, I don't know. I don't know honestly, but I am pretty much sure it is only moving under gravity. It is only moving under gravity. That I am pretty much sure. That I am pretty much sure. It was moving under gravity here also. In fact, when it is here, then also it is moving under gravity only. When it is here, then here also it is moving under influence of gravity alone. Right? So, it is moving under the influence of gravity alone. And acceleration 101%. Acceleration of this ball at this point also. This is equal to acceleration due to gravity, that is 10 meter per second square. Fine. Velocity I don't know. Do I need to find the velocity? Yes or no? Just observe the options. This is velocity written here, this is acceleration. Acceleration 0, option removed. Acceleration 0, option removed. Acceleration 5 meter per second square, option removed. Acceleration 10 meter per second square. Only this option is there which has acceleration 10 meter per second square. No need to find velocity. If you want, you can definitely find it out, but it wasn't needed because with the help of logic alone, I can tell the acceleration. And in the question, now important learning from this question is that do elimination technique. Do elimination technique. So, elimination technique in exam. What is elimination technique? They had asked me to find velocity and acceleration. Acceleration I quickly found because with the help of logic I could. Velocity I didn't find. Nowhere in the this you would be finding velocity, but the 3 options didn't match with my acceleration. So, I was pretty much sure that these 3 101% are incorrect because acceleration is different from what I found. So, clearly the option number 3, you can find the velocity if you want, but since it's competition, I am not interested to find it out. Last question for motion in a plane, then I would give you a 5 minutes break. Yes, go ahead. 5 minutes break I would be giving you. Class will go for around 3 more hours, right? Two more hours, right? And again on 5th of May you will remember me that this revision. No need to remember me, by the way, it's your effort ultimately. Try this out. Yes, Alice, if you need a break you can just leave in between, no need to leave the meeting, this YouTube live, you can just wash your face quickly, right, and come back. Alright, this is a question related to vectors. Now, a football player is moving southward, right? So there is this football player which is moving in the southward direction with certain speed, let that be v, fine. Now, and suddenly turns eastward with the same speed, that is v, correct? Now, with the same speed to avoid an opponent, the force that acts on the player while turning is, how much force is acting on the player when he turns? Now with the concept of vectors you can do it within a seconds, right? First question would be arising in your mind whether there is a force applied on this or not. Let us see. Force is equal to mass into acceleration, correct? Acceleration is nothing but change in velocity upon time, correct? Now guys, now observe carefully. Mass by time into change in velocity. If velocity is changing, then 101% force would be there. If velocity is not changing, then no force is acting on the football player, right? Let us see velocity is changing or not. So initially I think it was moving in this direction and finally it is moving in this direction, right? So initial speed is v. Can I write it as minus v j cap? Yes or no? Type in the comment section. Zamir, Alice, Vanilla, Khaja. Can I type it in the, can I write it as minus v j cap? The answer is yes, because it's in downward direction, minus j cap. Similarly, can I write it as plus v I cap? It's in this direction, so plus v I cap. Fine. Now done. Just observe carefully, is the velocity changing? Yes. Initial velocity, final velocity. Clearly you can see there is a change of direction, so hence velocity is changing, force would be there. Now they are asking what is the direction of force. Whatever the direction of change in velocity would be there, would be the direction of change in force. Change in velocity direction is, you can find by finding the change in velocity, that is the final velocity minus initial velocity, that is plus v I cap minus v j cap, right? So that makes it as v I cap plus v j cap. I think this direction I am pretty much well versed with this, that plus I cap and plus j cap, right? Plus I cap and plus j cap, I think that is this direction, right? And this direction is nothing but northeast, correct? That is option number 4th. Clear? Now, laws of motion. Not much questions are there though, but anyways, you can take 5 minutes of break. With timer, I am putting the timer here, right? No need to leave the live. Quickly come back. 5 minutes of break, then again we would be going non-stop. Others can try the question out, of course. Class is of 2 more hours, not more than that. Yes, come back all of you. वापस आ जाओ यार. हाँ जी, hello, 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 come back. Yes, break up. Not that break up. Time up for the break. Yes, yeah, all of you come back quickly. Time up. Break is over. Yes. Zaim, Alice, quickly come back. I hope all of you must have taken snacks, sushi break. Basically, it was this sosu break only, right? I know a lot of you are this nature's call, right? And were waiting for me to give you the break, right? And yes, okay. Like even I am also refreshed after having this break. Right, had the sandwich and you know. But anyways, guys, let us enjoy the moment, right? And on 5th May we are going to rock, right? One day prior we will have enough of rest and final day, yes, but it's 3 days prior, so we will make efforts up till the second last day, of course. All right, and efforts won't go in vain. I will make sure that. Newton's laws of motion. A small block slides down a smooth inclined plane starting from the rest at time is equal to 0. So there is a block, right, which is sliding down. Fine. Sn be the distance travelled by the block in interval n minus 1 n. Yes, please type in the chat box back. Fine. And how is the Josh? Low, high, dead, medium, alive? Quickly. Yes, type in the chat box. How is the Josh? Dead, medium, alive? How is it? Okay, back. Great. So in the question it says that Sn be the distance travelled by the block in the interval t is equal to n minus 1 to n t is equal to n. The ratio of Snth to Sn plus 1. Now, very easy question it is. Only catch is here to understand this much statement. What is Snth? Distance travelled in this much time interval. N minus 1 to n. That is distance travelled in nth second. This is the Snth is the distance travelled in the nth second, right? Now they are asking what is the ratio, since it is smaller, yeah, u will be 0, initial velocity, nothing is being talked about. So they are asking what is the ratio of distance travelled in nth second to distance travelled in n plus 1 second. I hope you remember the formula. That is u plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1, right? And if u is equal to 0, it becomes a by 2 into 2n minus 1, where n is the which second you are talking about. For example, here we are talking about nth second, so it will become a by 2 into 2n minus 1. Here we are talking about n plus 1th second. So what would be the value of, instead of n we are going to write here n plus 1 minus 1. Fine. A by 2 clearly gets cancelled out. 2n minus 1 divided by 2n plus 2 minus 1. So this will be 2n plus 1. Is this in the option 2n minus 1 upon 2n plus 1? Option number 1. Very easy it is, right? And it was just to make you guys confused, right? Okay, so this is based on the conservation of momentum, right? Try this question out. Take a few seconds and try this out. Quickly, take a few seconds and try this question out. Take a few seconds and try this question out. Take a few seconds and try this out. Now, the question is very simple. It says that a shell of mass m, so mass of this shell is small m, given to us, right? Those who have just now joined, so we are basically doing revision series of the previous year. This is the NEET 2022. Last 3 year questions we are going to discuss. NEET 2021, 2022 and 2023. Ultimate recap it is, chapter wise it would be. Fine. So this is Newton laws of motion going on right now. Now, it explodes into 3 fragments having mass 2:2:1, right? So that is one mass is here, of another mass is here and another mass is here, right? So it gets break into ratio of 2:2:1. This is given to us in the question, right? That is, it breaks, if I talk about this mass, this would be 2/5 of m, this would be 2/5 of m, this would be 1/5 of m. Fine. 2/5 is this much portion, 2/5 is this much portion and 1/5 is this much portion, 2:2:1, right? In this ratio 2 plus 2 plus 1, total is 5. So basically 5 portion, out of 5 portion 2 is this, 2 is this, 1 is this. Fine. So these are the masses of the individual 3 portions. Now, if the fragments having equal masses fly off along mutually perpendicular directions with the speed v, the speed of the third fragment is. Now, in the question they are saying, in the question only they are saying that the 2 masses, the 2 equal masses, they fly in mutually perpendicular direction. That is, one is going in this direction, another is moving in this direction with equal speed. This is moving with speed v, this is also moving with speed v. This is v I cap and this is v j cap. Correct? With the direction sense I am writing. Fine. Let us see Zai whether 4 is correct or not. They are asking what is the velocity. Let that be v3. That we need to find. So this is v2. This is v1. Initially it was at rest. So initial velocity is 0, of course. Right. So applying conservation of momentum, that is initial momentum, should be equal to final momentum. Mass into initial velocity should be equal to first mass into first velocity, m1 into v1 plus m2 into v2 plus m3 into v3. Fine. Initial momentum is equal to final momentum because no external force is acting on this, right? In this question, this is very simple. This I think you must have done this multiple times. Fine. Apply this initial mass is, sorry, first mass is 2/5 of m. Okay. Fine. So v3 we need to find now. Send the other things this side. Fine. So this is 0. Fine. Minus m1 v1 minus m2 v2. Fine. This is equal to m3 into v3. Correct? Fine. So m3 into v3, this will be equal to m3 into v3. This will be equal to how much? m1 v1 minus m2 into v2. Fine. m1 is how much? m1 is I think 2/5 of m. Fine. m2 is how much? Oh sorry. v1 is how much? vj cap. m2 is how much? m2 is 2/5 of m. v2 is how much? v I cap. Right. Now, what is third mass? Third mass is also given to us as 1/5 of m. So if you want, you can write it here. Now, 1/5 m, this 5m, 5m, m/5, m/5 and m/5 gets cancelled out. So finally you would be getting the equation as v3 is equal to minus 2 v j cap minus 2 v I cap, right? But is this in the option? This is the final velocity of the third portion. Is this in the option? No. This is not in the option. Reason being, you need to find the magnitude of this. v3 is equal to minus 2 v j cap I cap minus 2 v j cap. Correct? final velocity minus 2v j cap minus 2v I cap, and they are asking you what is the magnitude of the velocity, because there is no direction sense mentioned here. So magnitude, I think you can clearly find how. I hope all of you know this. If A vector is equal to x I cap plus y j cap, fine. So magnitude of A will be given by under the root x square plus y square. Go ahead and under the root minus 2v whole square plus minus 2v whole square. So this makes it as under the root 4v square plus 4v square, right? So this makes it as 2 root 2v, right? 2 root 2v meter per second. Meter per second. Is this in the option? Is this in the option? Yes. Option number 4. Clear? Zain, you said option number 4. Correct. Yes. What about Alice? Vanilla? And by the way, there is a screen here out, right, where I can see your chart. So you need to respond there in the chart section. Clear? Okay, correct. Let us move to the next question. Take a few seconds and try this out. Take a few seconds and try this out. This is based on the friction topic, static friction. Okay. Where is that student who asked a doubt a few minutes back? Yes, please come back again if you have any doubt. Okay. Yes. Fine. Try this out. I remember, like, after asking doubt, the student gets vanished. It happened with me once in my class when I was taking the offline class a few months back. The teacher was teaching, right, on the board, and suddenly I asked, "Sir, doubt hai," and he turned behind and he was slightly angry. I don't know what happened at his home, and he says, "Kisne pucha?" And I'm silent. I didn't answer that. I had asked the doubt, right? And he's again asking, "Who asked the doubt? Kisne pucha hai?" Right? And the students, they're out. They're like, "Sir, isne pucha hai," right? And I'm standing there. "Tumne pucha doubt? You asked the doubt?" I'm like, "No, sir. The person behind me, isne piche wale ne pucha hai." And the teacher is like, "No one is sitting behind you. कोई बैठा ही नहीं है आपके पीछे." मैं देखा, हाँ, right? So this happened to me in the offline class. Lol. Okay, I did this question yesterday. Great. Calculate the maximum acceleration of a moving car so that the body lying on a floor of the car remains stationary. The coefficient of static friction between the body and the floor is 0.15. G is given to us. Now there is a car which is moving. Of course, no need to draw such beautiful diagrams in your exam. And there is a block kept on this. There is a block kept on this. It is moving with some acceleration, and acceleration is given to us as, okay, acceleration we need to calculate, right? Maximum acceleration we need to calculate, with which it would be moving, so that the body lying there, remains stationary. That is, this block should not move. This block kept on the car should not move. This is our condition, right? Just take the feel of this. Right, whenever you are driving a car or a truck, right, and you start moving, you basically start accelerating, so that object kept here, it tries to, like, it slides back slightly, right? So here the catch is, it should not slide back, right? So why it is not going to slide back? With the help of friction. So they are asking how much should be the maximum acceleration, safest acceleration, so that the block does not slide. Fine, because beyond a certain limit, if you increase beyond that maximum acceleration, this block of course is going to slide. Fine. So we don't want to slide it, of course, and that is the main funda here. How to do that, Vanilla? Very easy. Fine. Okay, I am sitting here and understanding. So this is an accelerating frame. So this truck was accelerating. So I went inside and sat in the truck. As soon as you sit in the accelerating frame, you apply a pseudo force. You apply a pseudo force. I hope all of you know this. Without pseudo force also you can do, but let us apply the pseudo force. That will be mass into acceleration. Fine. What is the direction? Okay, now the concept of pseudo force. Whenever the frame would be moving or would be accelerating, in fact, just go on, sit on the frame. That is, sit on the truck here. In this case, the frame was truck. Sit on that frame. As soon as you sit, whatever is the direction of acceleration, apply a pseudo force opposite to that. This is acceleration, apply a force there. Fine. No. That force will be equal to mass into acceleration of that frame, a mass. Fine. Okay. Now, it is of course going to move, but we need to stop it. How we are going to stop it? With the friction, with the help of friction. So basically, capital F, take this as capital F. So basically, in this case, this F is going to be balanced by the, frictional force, and F is equal to mass into acceleration. Frictional force will be mu into n, right? Mass into maximum acceleration. Mu is how much? Mu is given to us between the floor and the block. Mu is given to us as 0.15, right? What is n? That is the value of normal. I think normal will be equal to that weight mg of the block, right? So m into g. Fine. So mass and mass gets cancelled out from here. From here, maximum acceleration will be equal to 0, mass and mass gets cancelled out. 0.15 into g, value of g is 10. So this turns out to be 1.5 meter per second square. That is option number 4. Clear? Clear? Okay, correct Zain. Very good. Fourth answer. Yes, Alice, I think you did it yesterday, so you remember the answer. But do read the question carefully. They might have changed the value. Fine. Okay, finally work energy power. Next chapter. Fine. Guys, we have to reach more than half. We have already covered. More than half we have already covered. Luckily, thermo, KTG, very less questions are there. Solids, right? And initially the initial few chapters have a lot weightage. Fine. Try this out. NEET 2021. Very simple question it is. Only the language you need to understand. In this, how is the weather there out? I hope the floods have gone. I got to know it rained for only 3 days, 2-3 days, and you guys, the city got flooded. Like I stay in Delhi, right? And this happens with us every year, and we are used to it. Like unless water reaches here, that is not flood for us. If the water is still the chest also, that's not flood. It should reach here. We should be thrown away. That is the flood for us. Right? Delhi people, they are used to every adversity: pollution, population, overflow, river overflow, floods. Earthquake also came last year. Yeah, but it wasn't devastating. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Now water falls from a height of 60 meter at a rate of 15 kg per second to operate a turbine. Right? So there is this water falling from a height. Right? To operate a turbine which is present at the bottom. Fine. Which is present at the bottom. Right. So height, this is given to us as 60 meters. This is given to us as 60 meters. Right. The losses due to frictional forces are 10% input, 10% of the input energy. Fine. So whatever energy is transferred, 10% is lost and 90% is remaining. I hope this much you are able to get. So basically this potential energy here, this is used to move the turbine and there is a loss of 10%. Fine. So they are asking how much power is generated by the turbine. So basically power here they are asking, that is potential energy per second you need to calculate. Potential energy per second. Fine. That is P by time. Potential energy per second. Right. Potential energy per second. we need to calculate. Fine. So power is nothing but potential energy is mgh by time. Mass is how much? Okay, mass is not given, but mass flow rate is given to us, right? So 15 kg per second is nothing but rate of flow of water, right? That is 15 kg per second, correct? And height is given to us. Now substitute the values here and you will get to know the power, right? So m by t is nothing but 15, g is 10, height is how much? 60 meters. So solve this. I think you would be getting the answer as power 15 into 10, 15, 6, 15, 6, 10, 60, 60, 60, 90, fine, 90, 00, fine. Now this should have been the power delivered, but there is a loss of 10%. As you can see, there is a loss of 10%. So how much power is delivered? 90% of this. Fine. How much power is delivered? Power delivered is, this should have been delivered, but 10% is lost, so only 90% of it is delivered. That is 90 by 100. So two zeros gets cancelled out. So this makes it as 8100 watts, right? Convert it into kilowatts, you would be getting the answer as divide by 1000. That will make it as 8.1 kilowatt. 8.1 kilowatt. That is option number 1. Clear? Type in the chat box clear with percentage. How much percentage is it clear to you? Those who have joined just now, we are doing the ultimate recap of last 3 years. And yes, 2 more hours maximum. More than half is done. Congratulations. Yeah, more than half is done. Fine. Okay. Yes, try this out. NEET 2021. Again, very easy it is. Okay. Option one. Okay. Those who are preparing for the NEET, please share it with them. And towards the end, probably we would be seeing that like that NEET admit card thing, right? Yes, try this out. Let me drop a message to the concerned person to share their admit card. I had put my mobile phone on. Yes, Alice, that is there. Radius of gyration, it's there. It's there in the rotational motion. I think 3 questions are there based on that, and that's an important topic. Okay. A ball of mass 0.5 kg is dropped from height of 10 meters, strikes the ground and rebounds to the same height. The magnitude of impulse imparted to the ball. Right. Now understand carefully. Fine. So there is a ball dropped from a height of 10 meter. So height is equal to 10 meter. Yes, Alice, radius of gyration, questions are there. Fine. It strikes the ground. It strikes the ground. And again after bouncing back reaches the same height, again reaches the same height. Now that is 101% sure that with whatever velocity it strike, with the same velocity it rebounded, right? That is, it must have come downwards, fine, that is here. Let the velocity be v. At this point, velocity be v j cap or v minus j cap. I am taking the direction sense also. It's downwards when it is striking. When it is striking, this is the initial velocity, you can say, when it is striking the ground. Now it is saying it strikes the ground and rebounds to the same height. Rebounds to the same height. Fine. Rebounds to the same height. That is, after striking, it reaches the same height. Now that is quite obvious. After striking, it should have bounced back with the same velocity. Sorry, with the same speed. Only then, that is, if it is coming with 10 meter per second and striking, it should go up with 10 meter per second only to reach the same height. Conservation of energy, right? Here you can say, fine. So after bouncing also, right, speed remains v only, right? But direction changes, so plus v j cap in terms of velocity. Initial speed, final velocity. Again, ball was coming, strike this, for example, with 5 meter per second, right? It is going to bounce back with 5 meter per second only. Okay, let me just give you the actual speed. With how much speed it is going to strike. So here it was dropped. So u is equal to 0, correct? A ball of mass 0.1 kg dropped, right? Let us see the final speed. V square minus u square is equal to 2s, correct? Now final speed we need to calculate, I don't know. Initial speed is 0. Twice of acceleration, I think that is equal to acceleration due to gravity only, 10 meter per second square, 10, and displacement is 10. So v square, this is equal to 200. Acceleration 10, displacement 10, fine. So v will be how much? 10 root 2 meter per second, correct? So with this much velocity, it is striking the ground, and with the same velocity, it is bouncing back. Why same? Because in the question it is clearly written, it rebounds to the same height. Fine. Now the question is very simple. You know, it is striking with minus 10 root 2 j cap, and it is coming with up with plus 10 root 2 j cap. They are asking how much is what is the magnitude of impulse imparted. Impulse is nothing but change in momentum, right? That is mass into change in velocity. This is again a very important formula. Change in momentum, fine. That is final momentum minus initial momentum. Final momentum is mass into final velocity minus mass into initial velocity, right? Taking mass common, final velocity minus initial velocity, or delta v. So this would be the impulse. This would be the impulse. Clear? Let us move ahead. Mass is given to us as 0.15 kg. Final velocity is 10 root 2 j cap. 10 root 2 j cap. Initial velocity is minus 10 root 2 j cap. Fine. So this makes it as 0.15 into minus plus. This will become 20 root 2 j cap. Solve this, you will get the impulse imparted. Yes, how much is the answer, Zaim, Alice? Okay. Solve this, you would be getting how much? 100. This gets cancelled out on 5. Fine. This gets cancelled out 3 root 2. Fine. That is 3 into 1.4, which makes it as 3 into 1.4, 4.2 kg meter per second. That is option number 1. Just check the answer once, Zahi. Calculation 0. The ball is the magnitude of the impulse imparted, right? Change in velocity you need to calculate first. Okay, you answered option number 4. Clear. Sir, can you explain? Yes, radius of gyration we will discuss. Okay, Yeah, this is an important question, NEET 2022. Not, I would say, tougher one, but yes, try this out. Okay, Zain, one more time. Here the direction sense is important, guys. Direction sense is important. That is final velocity minus initial velocity with direction. Velocity, not speed. Fine. Initial velocity is in this direction, final is in this direction. If you take I cap, J cap, K cap, no need to think anything. Whether that is three equations of motion also, right? Though there we don't require much, or gravity or anything it is, take I cap, J cap, K cap, wherever you are confused. Fine. Okay, like if you are not able to think like that, I had told you na, below vectors negative we take, upward vectors positive we take, like that also you can take. Fine. J cap you can remove, then no, only if you want you can remove the J cap also. Fine. Okay, try this out. That positive negative thing also you can use. Keep your snacks handy with you, right? Because you may require, keep snacks and water bottle handy with you. Don't worry if you require, though now you won't be requiring any break. We are done with more than 60%, 65% is done, right? But trust me, on 5th of May, you would be remembering us. No need to though, but anyways. Now, there is an electric lift with a maximum load of 2000 kg, that is lift plus passengers. So, mass being 200 kg, that is given 2000 kg, fine, is moving up with a constant speed. So, it is moving upward with a speed of how much? 1.5 meter per second given in the motion. Constant speed, that is there is no acceleration in this. Now, the frictional force opposing the motion is 3000 Newton. So, frictional force is how much? 3000 Newton, that is acting in opposite direction to motion. It is opposing the motion, clearly mentioned in this. Each and everything, by the way, is mentioned in this question. The minimum power delivered by the motor to the lift is. So, you need to calculate the power delivered by the motor. So, you need the force delivered by the motor into speed with which it is moving. Dot. Power is F dot V. Fine. Now, if you get how much force is the motor giving to the lift or it is applying, right? Okay, let us see Zai whether it is correct. Then you can calculate. I think due to this force due to motor, it would be in upward direction, only then it is moving, right? If motor won't apply force in upward direction, then think logically. This lift will fall down, right? And the person inside, of course, would be moe. Correct, fine. Okay, now here we by the way in the class we would be using a cheat code, right? Whenever the things are clear to you, you can write in the chat box moe. Fine. That is what we do in the actual class also. Okay, frictional force plus weight is equal to mg. Frictional force plus mg. Fine. So, how much is the frictional force? That is 3000 Newton, right? And mass is how much? 2000 into g, that is 10. G we are supposed to take 10 only. So, I think it is 20,000 plus 3000, that makes it at 23,000. So, this is force by this is the motor, force by the motor, due to which lift is moving in the upward direction, right? Now, we were supposed to calculate the power. Power is nothing but Zain F dot V, right? Force is in the upward direction, velocity is in the upward direction, so theta becomes 0 degree, right? So, F into V cos 0 degree you can write, that is one. I hope all of you know this. If x is equal to a dot b, then x is equal to ab cos theta. Fine. Okay, force is how much? 23,000 guys. And velocity is how much? It is given to us as 1.5 meter per second. So multiplied by 1.5, that is 3 by 2. How much you are getting, Zaid? 1.5, 23,000 plus 11,500, I think. 11,500, just add to it, you would be getting 3, 4, 500. That is, yeah, 34,500 watts. This much power, or you can say joule per second also, this much power would be delivered by the motor. Yes. 23,000 into 1.5. How did I multiply that? Now that is very simple. 23,000 into 1.5. Fine. That is 1.5 is nothing but 3 by 2. Fine. 1.5 is nothing but 3 by 2. If you want, you can write it as 3 by 2. Otherwise, one complete, that is 123,000 element complete plus half of 23,000. 1.5 means 3 by 2. Fine. 3 by 2 means 1 plus 1 plus 0.5. Fine. So 1 complete and 1 half of this. Right. Half of this was 11,500. That is how I did. But anyways, if you want, you can take it as 1.5, 3.2. The normal maths you use. Fine. Okay. Yes. Yes. Correct. Try this out. Very tough question. NEET 2022. Yes, go ahead. Those who are new to the session, we had just now started only 2 hours back, 2.5 hours back, by the way. I'm not sure why it is showing 2 hours back. Okay, only 2 hours, 2.5 hours back only. Fine. And yes, go ahead. If your friends are preparing for NEET exam, you can just share this lecture with them. Of course, this is going to benefit them. Complete class 11, this 4-5 hours. I know you guys are confused what to do, what not to do. This much, do this. Fine. And I had given you an example what I did at my CAT exam and how it benefited me in the next day only. Right, so I know what to do before the exam. So that's why I brought the series that it's close to my heart. Okay, the energy that will be ideally radiated by a 100 kilowatt transmitter in 1 hour. So energy they are asking simply power into time. This is given to us as power and this is the time they had given to us. It's 100 kilowatt. Let me write here. Power is 100 kilowatt. 100, no, it is 100 kilowatt. That is 100 into 10 raised to power 3 watt. Fine. And time is given to us as 1 hour. Right. 1 hour means 60 into 60. 60 minutes, 3600 seconds. Correct. Substitute the values here. 100 into 10 raised to power 3. This is the power. Time is how much? 30 watt. Watt also substitute. There is a reason I am asking you to substitute watt. 3600 second. Fine. Now, this is 10 raised to power 3, 4, 5. Can I write watt as joule per second? Yes, I can write the watt as joule per second into 3600 second. Second and second gets cancelled out. 36 into 10 raised to the power 7 joules. Is this in the option? Yes, option number 3. Fine. Clear? Clear, Zai? Alice, very tough question it was. Correct? Correct? NEET 2022. Last 3 years questions we are discussing 21, 22 and 23, that too chapter wise. In fact, you will get to know how, like, what has been the trend, how many questions are being asked. Now, why I am saying more than 60%, 65% of the things is done, because in the next few chapters, not much was being asked from solids, thermo, KTG, right? And that too very easy questions were there. So we would be able to finish that very speedily, right? Okay, try this out for a few seconds. Yes. Great, Alice. Again, very tough question. NEET 2023. Now don't say I should have born 1 year earlier, right? Don't say that. I should have born 1 year earlier, and I would have been able to solve this. The potential energy of a long spring when stretched by 2 centimeter is U. So there was a spring, right? When you stretch it by 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. When you stretch it by 2 centimeter, the potential energy stored is U, right? That is U is equal to, okay, I hope you know the formula that energy stored in a stretched spring is half K x square. And where K is the spring constant, correct? No. So potential energy stored here would be U is equal to half K x is to 2 square, right? If you want, you can write it as half K into 4. Alright, now they are saying if the spring is stretched by 8 centimeter, potential energy stored in this will be. Now the spring is stretched by 8 centimeter. So they are asking how much would be the x is equal to 8 centimeter in this case, how much would be the potential energy stored. I think potential energy stored would be half, let that be U dash first of all, and this be x2, let this be U2. That will be half, spring constant doesn't change, the value of spring constant for a particular spring will be same na, so it was K earlier, right now also it will be K, right? So half K into x2 square, right? So that is half K, x2 is how much? 8, so 8 square, it is stretched by 2 centimeter, the spring is stretched by 8 centimeter, okay. Yes, simple. Now if you want, you can solve it further. That may becomes half K into 8 into 8, that is 64, correct? No. Now if you want, you can divide this second equation by the first equation and you will get to know what exactly is U2. Divide the second equation by first equation, that is U2 by U. This makes it as half K into 64 divided by half K into 4. Right, so this half K and half K gets cancelled out, this gets cancelled out on 16, right? So U2 by U, this is equal to 16. So from here, U2 is equal to, this goes and multiply there, 16 times U. That is option number 1. So the potential energy will be 16 times the previous potential energy, that is when the spring was stretched only 2 centimeter. Clear? Clear? Type in the chat box, clear with percentage, how much percentage? Is it clear to you? Okay. Okay. Let us move ahead. Very important question. This question you guys must have tried NEET 2023, right? And I made this question as it is. I think we discussed like before the exam we had discussed the previous academic session. Yeah, and it came. Yes. Now the catch is here is that if you would have already practiced a similar question, only then you can do there in the exam. If there would have been like it's first time for you are seeing such question in the exam, then you would be like you would waste a lot of time. So that's why this revision series is important. It may happen you find a similar question a question as it is, but it may happen a similar question appears. So you would be like, okay, we use this formula directly, apply the formula, that's it. Fine. Okay, I would be covering the NEET exam also live, not exactly live. So the review of the students also I would be covering up on 5th of May. Fine. Okay. Whew. A bullet is fired from the gun on a rectangular block. Fine. My parents, after seeing my result, correct? So there was a rectangular block. No. Of course, parents are not going to fire at you, fine, but God knows. Now, a bullet from gun is fired in a rectangular block with velocity u. Fine. So when it was fired, the velocity was u. When it was fired at the bullet, when it was fired at the wooden block, bullet travels 24 centimeter through the block along its length horizontally. So horizontally it had travelled 24 centimeter. It is given to us in the question. Velocity of the bullet becomes u by 3. So if the velocity was u here, so it became u by 3 here. Fine. Then it further penetrates. Okay, this much data is given. This is the first first set of data given to us. Now afterwards what happened, let us see. Then it further penetrates into the block in the same direction before coming to the rest exactly at the other end. So that is at this end it came to rest. That is at this end it came to rest. So the final velocity here, you can refer to that as 0 meter per second. Fine. Now the total length of the block, this total length we need to calculate. Fine. This total length of the block is what we need to calculate. 24 centimeter is given to us, right? So one thing I hope you guys are able to guess, that whatever the length is will be greater than 24 centimeter, because after traveling 24 centimeter the speed has become u by 3. It must have traveled some more distance, correct, right, and then would have come to rest. It is written it has come to rest at the other end, right? So of course this third can't be the correct answer, so eliminating the option. Fine, this third can't be the correct option, eliminating the option. So whatever the option would be, correct answer would be the among other 3, 1, 2 and 4th option, right? Now guys, study this portion, that is from A to B first, then B to C we will be studying. Can I write the equation? Can I find the acceleration here? What is the acceleration of the bullet when it is moving inside till here? What is the acceleration from A to B? Let us see. V square minus u square is equal to 2as. Can I apply this equation? Yes. Final velocity u by 3 whole square, initial velocity u square, twice of acceleration we need to calculate. Displacement is 24 centimeter. Acceleration is some a. Fine, some acceleration from A to B I am studying. From A to B I am studying. Fine. Now if you want, you can solve the 3 square 9. Of course it would be negative. How much it would be? U square minus 9 minus 1 8. 8 by 9, 3 square 9 minus 1, 8 by 9 u square. Here it would be minus 8 by 9 u square. Just solve this, you will get 8 by 9 u square. On the right hand side, on the other hand, you would be getting 48a. Fine. This much information is from A to B portion. Now if I talk about portion number B to C, that is B to C. If I talk about portion B to C, let us understand that. Fine. B to C. Apply the same equation. This v square minus u square is equal to 2s, and that is final velocity minus initial velocity u by 3 whole square. This is equal to twice of acceleration remains same throughout the block, that is the resistance offered by the block remains same. So this is the key concept here, that acceleration, you may get a similar question, something else is being asked there out. Fine, Alice. So acceleration will remain same, that is the catch here. Into twice of acceleration A, displacement is x. So if we get to know the value of x here, right, so we can just add it to 24 and tell the length of the block which is being asked in the question, and just solve this. This is equal to 0, so minus u square by 9, this is equal to 2ax. Fine. Now you have two equations with us, equation number 1, equation number 2. Fine. Divide the second equation by first equation, you will get the value of x. Very easy it is. Dividing the second equation by the first equation, gravitation, okay, fine, minus u square by 9, this is equal to 2ax. 2ax is it now? This is equal to minus 8 by 9 minus 8 u square by 9 upon 48 into a. Correct? Minus 8 by 9, 48 into a. Yes, correct. Now, go ahead and solve this. I think a and a gets cancelled out. This gets cancelled out on 24. 9 and 9 gets cancelled out. U square and u square gets cancelled out. Minus and minus gets cancelled out. Clearly from here, 1 by 8 is equal to 1 by 24 into x, right? So this gets cancelled out on 3. So 3 is equal to 3 centimeter is equal to x. So this is the value of x that we have got here. Clear? Clear? So now what is the length of the block? 3 centimeter, correct? Incorrect. So we were not asked the value of x, guys. We were asked the value of the complete block, that is this x plus 24 centimeter, that is 27 centimeter. Clear? Yes, Alice, I am last 1 hour, maximum 1 hour it would be, in fact less than that. Gravitation, let me know if you guys need a break. Try this out, gravitation chapter. Escape speed, some or the other way it is being asked multiple times. By the way, that question you won't be able to get in the exam if you don't know the main soul of the question, that acceleration thing. Try this, this is a good question. Yes, got the answer, guys. Those who have joined the session just now, basically we are discussing here the last 3 years, that is 2021, 22 and 23 previous year chapter wise questions, right? That is you must be giving the NEET on 5th of May, correct? So then this lecture is for you only, right? So make sure you utilize it wholeheartedly, right? It is going to definitely help you out. Yes, you guys got the answer? Me entering grade 11th, me before NEET exam. Have you seen that meme? Basically, I only created that one. Me taking grade 11th, me taking that Dhamal movie child was crying. Me taking science in grade 11th. Me one day before the exam. Correct. Okay. Now, the escape velocity from the Earth's surface is v. The escape velocity from the surface of another planet having radius 4 times that of Earth and same mass density, not mass, that is same density they are talking about, right, is, right. So there is this Earth, Mother Earth, fine. They are saying escape velocity from Earth's surface is v, fine. No, radius mass of the Earth is capital M and radius is capital R. Fine. No. There is this another planet, fine, which is four times the having the radius of this planet is 4 times r. Radius of the planet is 4 times r, right? 4 times that of Earth and same mass density, right? So if the density was rho here, so density is rho here as well, right? Mass density they are talking about. They are asking how much is the escape velocity from this planet, right? From this planet in terms of v. In terms of v, they are asking. I think you remember the formula for escape velocity, that is given by under the root 2 gm by r, correct? Under the root 2 gm by r. If I talk about Earth, so it will be V given to us. 2g, what is mass? Mass is nothing. Okay, fine. We need to correlate the densities. Write the formula in terms of density. Fine. Okay. I think I need to tell you a bit about escape velocity before that. So if this is a planet, what do we mean by escape velocity? Fine. Escape velocity is that velocity with which if I throw an object, it escapes the gravitational pull of Earth. For example, if I am throwing it, it didn't went through the roof, right? I had given it some more velocity, right? Still it came back, right? Now with what velocity should I throw so that it crosses the gravitational pull of Earth? That is, it is out of the gravitational field. That is the catch here. And the formula that is given by under the root 2g mass of the planet divided by radius of that planet. Fine. Okay. All right. Okay, fine. Instead of mass, if you want to write in terms of density and volume also, density of the planet, that is given by mass of the planet divided by volume of the planet, right? So this will become under the root 2g, mass of the planet is nothing but density of the planet into volume of the planet divided by radius of that planet, right? Radius of that planet. This is the escape velocity. So density of Earth into mass, density of Earth into volume of Earth divided by radius, right, of the Earth. But anyways, this information is not much more required for to solve this numerical. Information regarding escape velocity for this much planet would be required. Fine. Okay. Now what else information is required? Let us see. Escape velocity for this planet will be given by under the root 2g into mass of the planet divided by radius of the planet, right? Or you can write under the root twice of g into mass is nothing but density of the planet into volume of the planet divided by rp, right? So escape velocity, this is equal to under the root twice g. Density of the planet is same as the density of Earth, so I can write it as rho, right? Volume of the planet, I think that is 4 by 3 pi, yeah, correct na, yeah, 4 by 3 pi r cube, correct? Volume of a sphere. This is not a circle, this is a planet, it would be spherical like this. It is not a circle, it is a sphere like this, fine, sphere, fine, whose density is given to you, right? And yeah, 4 by 3 pi r cube divided by radius of the planet, r and this gets cancelled out. Finally, escape velocity, this is directly proportional to, you can say, radius only, the square of the radius, correct? Or you can just square and this gets cancelled out. Escape velocity is directly proportional to the radius of the planet, fine. Escape velocity is directly proportional to the radius of that planet, directly proportional to radius of that planet, fine. Yes, correct. Escape velocity is directly proportional to the radius of the planet, right? Now utilize this information to solve the numerical. Nothing, this won't be required at all. Right. Now escape velocity of this planet is equal to radius of this planet. Escape velocity of Earth divided by radius of Earth, that's it. Escape velocity of planet, escape velocity of Earth is given to us as v, radius of that planet is given to us as 4r, radius of Earth is r, so r and r gets cancelled out. So from here, escape velocity of the planet is equal to 4 times v, that is option number 3. Clear? I think a few of you had answered in the chat box also. Yes, Ale, Zaim, clear to you guys? Yes, hardly an hour, not more than that. hardly an hour we require, not more than that. I had a good sleep yesterday. I slept at 11:30 yesterday in the night, right? And finally my eyes closed at 5 a.m. in the morning. I don't know why it was I was excited for the lecture. And make sure this does not happen with you one day before the NEET. Take enough of sleep, right? Due to that I had to sleep in the afternoon, right? Take a power nap before taking this session, right? This must be happening, this must happen, this will happen with you also, but make sure you utilize the. Okay, now quickly let me know in the comment section what is the orbital speed for a planet, orbital speed. Yes, try this out. Someone is calling me and on the true caller the name is showing stop arguing. Stop arguing. Okay, then your neighbor's dog sleep schedule is better than yours. Yes, yeah. Oh, don't talk about neighbor's dog. My dog is enough for this example, Alice. Right, his name is Simba. My students have met him. So, like he has a very supernatural power, and like he can sleep out of 24 hours, he can sleep 28 hours. I know that is mathematically wrong, but that's an phrase, or you can say, to show you. He can sleep the whole night, whole day, sleep for days and days and weeks and weeks at a single place. If he gets air conditioned room, then we don't know when he is going to wake up. So basically, he's a street dog, and he comes to our place in the day because it's very hot here out. So we give him a shade at our place. And by the way, you guys should do that, right? And you know that the calmness he has on his face, and I'm like, this is what I need in life. No tension. He's not even worried about the food because he knows that we are going to give it. That is my expectation in life, and real life is something different. A body of mass 60 gram experiences a gravitational force of 3 Newton. When placed at a particular point, the magnitude of gravitational intensity at that point is, I think that is force acting on a unit mass. Correct? Correct. And each and every NEET 2022 direct formula based. By the way, this JEE exam also, in one of the day I went, there was hardly any student who said that, sir, the exam was tough for physics section. Hardly any student, right? So they say that it was direct formula based. 60 gram it is. So make sure you convert it to kg. Fine. So this will be, force will be 3 Newton, mass will be 60 into 10 raised to a minus 3, and so this makes it as 3 upon 60 into 10 raised to 3. This gets cancelled out on 20, and finally 1000 divided by 20, this gets cancelled out. 50 Newton per kg. 50 Newton per kg, that is option number 3. Clear? How much sleep would I recommend before the exam? Enough. That much sleep, that is enough for you. Fine. But make sure you don't sleep too much, because I think your exam schedule, the timings are somewhere in the afternoon, if I'm not wrong, or it's at 12. Just check. Just check once. How much sleep would you recommend? This blunder happened with me. Fine, I will tell you. So this happened with me in the ZAT exam that I was giving, right? So 2 years back, 2020, no, not even 2 years back, last year only it happened. So it was 8th of January, the exam was scheduled, that post graduation it was. So my exam center, it was Meerut, that is around, from my place it's far away, it will take 5 hours around. So I thought that let us go one day prior to the exam date, right? So that at least you would be reaching on time, and there won't be any hustle bustle at the same day, right? So I thought that I would be going one day before the exam. So I planned to go there by train one night before. It was chill winter, right? That is the thing here. Now trains were late as usual. I was supposed to reach on 7th of January, but I reached 8th in the morning at 3 a.m. in the morning, right? So outside the railway station only, I took an hotel, right? It was 8 kilometers, 8 to 10 kilometers away from the center, right? And I thought in the morning I will be, the exam was at 2 p.m. on 8th of January, and I had reached at 3 a.m. on 8th of January in the morning, right? So I took the hotel. I thought, okay, it's 8 to 10 kilometers. I will leave at 12, reach in an hour maximum. That's it. Fine. 2 p.m. the exam is. I slept at around 3:30 in the hotel, right? And that night I remember it was a very chill night. It was quite cold, and I got such a sunk sleep that मतलब इतनी अच्छी नींद आई that I waked up next day, and as soon as I waked up and saw my mobile phone, it was 13:13. That is 1 p.m. 13 minutes past 1 p.m. right? So and now guess what? 47 minutes are left for the exam. Right, it is 8 to 10 kilometers away from the hotel. Will I be able to reach or not? Let me know in the comment section. So it's 13:13, that is 1:13 p.m. and 2 p.m. the exam is scheduled. Exam center is 10 kilometers from the hotel. I quickly waked up, and within a 1 minute or so, I pulled out my admit card, right, washed my face, locked my room, and quickly went to the reception and I asked the hotel person, like, I need to reach at this place, quickly tell me, Ola Uber, where I will get the auto. He's like, Ola Uber does not work here. Fine, you will book and you will get it in the evening, and that is not sure. If you take an auto, there is a railway track in between, right? Hotel is here, right? Fine, and exam center was somewhere here, if I am not wrong. Fine, the auto wala person will have to like take it around the city, and then he will reach in 1.5 hours or so. Right, so will I be able to reach or no? Not. So and by the way, I don't have any cash with me by this time, right? So I asked quickly out with the hotel person, what should I do now? He said, what you do, you just cross the railway tracks with the foot-over bridge, right, and start running. This is the railway station, right? And start running along the tracks, like on the side of the tracks. You will find a flyover. Right, from here you are going to from here you are going to get an auto also, which will directly reach the exam center. Right, now I reached the railway station, asked the like he gave me an hint, run towards the foot-over bridge, right, and asked the railway police there out in which direction is the foot-over bridge, and I started running. Now I am running. Now after a few seconds I realized that there is a whistle blowing from my back side, right, and I am seeing that railway police is running after me. Understanding the scene, railway police, which is responsible to catch criminals, is running behind me to ask why I am running, right? So and I knew, agar main ruk gaya, if I stop, I am not going to reach at the railway station. I am like exam, I am running and they are also running. After a few seconds I saw that wo piche nahi aa rahe, right? They are not coming behind me, and 1.5 or 2 kilometers I ran, finally took an auto and reached the exam center. At 1:57, sharp 1:58, I reached at the exam center. I am there in front of it, gates there, Bharat Institute of Technology. Auto wala dropped me there. I entered the gate and I am like, ab to main pahunch gaya. Inside there is a straight road, seedha road hai, and no building, kuch hai nahi andar. Now I am asking, where is the exam center? Is like, run for 800 meters inside is the exam building, right? So exam building was again 800 meters inside. Again I am running, I am breathless, but still I am running. But anyhow I reached the exam center at 2:05 or 2:10. Fine. Luckily that day there was a technical issue at the exam center, so I reached on time, luckily. Fine. No, I didn't reach on time. Basically exam slightly got postponed and they allowed me to enter. So this is not going to happen with you. Reach on time, reach much before time, and have good breakfast. I will give you the tips at the end. Fine, don't worry. Fine. Okay. Now, guys, match the following. Choose the correct answer. I think this is the easiest one. Match the following are always given so that you guys can at least do that, because you no need to know all 4 of them. Even if you know a couple of them, still you may be able to answer. For example, gravitational constant. This is second number only. Just now in the beginning of the session, we had seen m minus 1 L cube t raised to minus 2. Now, A's answer should be second. This is fourth here. No. Okay. So, first option is eliminated. That is 101% sure. Gravitational potential energy. It is an energy. So, energy should have dimension ml square t raised to 1 minus 2. Correct? Energy. This also we had seen in the beginning of the session. Correct, guys? That is this. So, second should have fourth as the correct answer. B should have fourth. No. So, this is also eliminated. Either this would be correct or this would be correct. Fine. Now, gravitational potential or gravitational intensity. Gravitational intensity we just now see, it's force by mass, right? That makes it L t raised to the power minus 2. Correct? Force is ml t raised to a minus 2, mass is m. So, L t raised to the power minus 2, I think here it should be minus. So, option number 3. Clear? D should have third as the correct answer. Option number 3. Clear? Sometimes it happens only if you know 2 of them, still you will be able to mark the correct answer. Clear, Alice? Clear, Zain? Shall we move ahead to the next question? Try this question now. NEET 2023 only. Slightly, somewhat it will take time. Yes, Zain, are you there? Option number 4. How so fast? You did this yesterday, Alice. Great. Okay. Now a few formulas quickly that I am telling you. There are two masses, m1 and m2. Gravitational force between them, it is given by gm1 into m2 divided by square of distance between them. Correct? Gravitational field due to a mass m1 at a distance r, due to a mass m1 at a distance r, due to a mass m at a distance r is given by gravitational field gm by r square. Gm by r square. Gravitational potential energy between two masses m1 and m2 separated by a distance r is given by minus g m1 into m2 divided by r. Gravitational potential, gravitational field intensity I had made you write as I na, so you can write I, or gravitational field also you can write. Fine. Okay. Gravitational potential due to a mass m, this is given by at a distance r at a point p, this is given by, gravitational potential at a point p, it is given by at a distance r minus g m by r. Right? Clear? Now apply this formula and do this. Yes, Zain. Now, okay, what happened? NEET 2023.
two bodies of masses m and 9m are placed at a distance r. So there is a body m and there is this body 9m. Distance between them is r given to us. Fine. The gravitational potential on the line joining the two bodies where gravitational field equals 0 will be. Now understand this carefully. There is a point between the line joining these two masses, guys. There is a point on the line joining two masses. There is a point on the line joining two masses where the gravitational field is 0. The net gravitational field is 0. I don't know where that point P is, but at point P, gravitational field is 0. Net gravitational field is 0. That is 101% sure. Now, at this point, we need to calculate what is the gravitational potential. This is what we need to calculate. Fine. So I think gravitational potential due to first mass, gravitational field due to first mass, let that be in this direction. Gravitational field due to second mass, let this be in this direction. Both of these should be equal. I1 should be equal to I2. Right? That is Gm by, what is this distance? Let this distance be x. So the remaining distance would be r minus x. Fine. X square. So G second mass 9m divided by, what is the distance? R minus x whole square. Fine. So G and G gets cancelled out, m and m gets cancelled out. 1 by x square is equal to 9 by r minus x whole square. And guys, trust me, this is going to help you a lot in day on 5th of May in this revision series. Fine. This is equal to 9x square. Fine. Now, if you want, you can take root both sides. So r minus x will be equal to 3x, taking root both sides. Fine. So r is equal to this will become 4x. So x from here will be equal to r by 4. What was x? X was the distance from the smaller mass m. Right. So this much was x. This much was x. This is given to us. This we found as r by 4. So basically, we need to find the gravitational potential at this point. Gravitational potential at P point, and distance, of course, this distance will become 3 by 4 r. Right. This distance will become 3 by 4 r. Fine. So we need to find gravitational potential at this point P. Clear? Yes. Clear? Clear, clear. Now gravitational potential at this point P will be gravitational potential due to first mass plus gravitational potential due to second mass. Fine. Minus G first mass upon distance by them plus minus G second mass divided by distance between them, 3r by 4. Clear? Clear. Potential due to this at point P plus potential due to this at point P. Formula, I hope you know, Gm by r. Gm by distance between the point and the r. Fine. I hope you guys can solve this. Minus Gm by r, if you want, you can take common. Inside would be left, I think 4 here and 4 by 3 here. Into 9 is also there. That's it. If you want, you can solve this here. So this will become minus Gm by r. 4, 3, 12. 4, 3, 12. 12 plus 1, 16. Correct. 16 Gm by r. Option number 4. Clear, Zami? Clear, Alice? Clear, Khaja? Shall we move ahead? Shall we move ahead? Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Last question I think is left for this. We will try this in a while. Try this, try this, try this. This is important. From time period they usually ask. Yes, go ahead and quickly find it out. Yes, yes, got the answer. Okay, time period all of us know that is 2 pi under the root r cube by g. Fine. Okay, why I am writing r cube? Let me just explain each and every term here. Though that is small r usually, but since it's revolving close, this is our mother earth, right? A satellite is orbiting just above the surface of the earth. It is very close to the surface of the earth. That is just above the surface of the earth, means we can use this formula 2 pi under the root r cube by gn, where r is the radius of the earth. Correct, Zain? Guys, Joe should be high. I know you guys are tired up, but one day before the exam, take enough of sleep, as much as you want. Fine. 2 pi under the root r cube by gn. Fine. Correct. Now, fine. They are asking d is the density of the earth. Density is mass upon volume, by the way, and volume of the earth is 4 by 3 pi r cube. Fine. For your reference, I had written it. Now, g is the constant we know. The quantity 3 pi by gt represents. So, this 3 pi by gt, where d is density and g is the constant. So, what does this represent out of the 4 options? Time, square of time, under root of time. What exactly it is representing? That is what they had asked in the question. Alright, let us move ahead and try this question out. You can square if you want. Both sides, t square will be equal to 4 pi square into r cube by g into m, where m is the mass of the earth, mother earth, right? So, mass of the earth from here, I can see it can be written as this comes here 4 by 3 pi r cube. This is equal to mass of the earth, right? So, if you want, instead of m, you can substitute that. Fine. Small d into 4 by 3 pi r cube, right? You didn't do this question alles, right? So, I think 4 and 4 gets cancelled out here, 1 pi gets cancelled out here, r cube and r cube gets cancelled out here, and so from here t square will be equal to pi upon 3 goes in the numerator, denominator would be left with gt. Fine. So, 3 pi by gt, I think, correct na? 3 pi by gt, yes, is equal to square of time, that is option number 3. Clear? So, now these few basic concepts should be clear to you, that we know that this is the formula, right? And many a times we would be required to substitute mass in terms of density and volume. This was the basic funda here. If you don't know that you are required to substitute that mass with the density into volume, then this question might not be for you. Like they had talked about density in the question. Why will they talk about the density in the question? Right? Only when they want you to substitute that value, correct? So use some logic here. Okay, finally, very tough question. Mechanical properties of solids. 2 questions. Now I told you number of questions per chapter would be very less. So next 30-40 minutes maximum is what we would be requiring. Yes, go ahead. Assertion and reason based. Yes, Alice, you didn't do this. NEET 2022 test.
Yes, 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 yes. Those who are joined just now, basically we are discussing the last 3 PYQs chapter wise. Yes, any of you got the answer? Read it carefully. Let us finish this class 11 complete revision one shot. Yes, guys, go ahead, quickly find it out. So I think must have found this. The stretching of a spring is determined by the shear modulus of the material of the spring. So whenever, for example, it's fixed from the bottom, you apply force and such kind of deformation is there. So here out we talk about the shear modulus of elasticity, right? Okay, I hope you know about the Young's modulus, bulk modulus and shear modulus, all three of them. Very simple topic it is, right? So yes, this is correct. A coil spring of copper has more tensile strength than that of the steel of the same dimensions. No. Copper and steel. Just check the numericals that you must have tried. Copper has around something around 42 or 43 into 10 raised to 9, right? And steel is around 80 into somewhat 80, 72, something like that into 10 raised to 9 Newton per meter square. Fine. So copper has lesser tensile strength as compared to steel. Just check the numericals, you will get the exact values, right? So this statement is wrong. A is true, but R is false. Fine. Second question seems to be tough, but very easy it is. Without even drawing diagram, etc., you can solve this. Yes, Zaim. Unique, can you say? Yes, Unique, no problem. You are watching from Bahrain, great. So we are doing the last 3, since on 5th of May you have the NEET exam. So we are discussing the last 3 PYQs chapter wise. Right now we are on mechanical properties of solids. Yes, try this question out quickly. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes and go ahead. Okay, let a wire be suspended from the ceiling. Okay, right. And stretched by a weight W attached at the bottom. So weight that is attached at the bottom is W. Fine. And its free end, right? The longitudinal stress at any point of cross section. Fine. Now, good question. Good thing about this question is that they hadn't given mass of the string, right? That is, we have to assume, we can in fact assume this string is massless. And the advantage of string being massless is that, correct na? Let a wire be the longitudinal stress at any point on the cross section. Yeah. Now, they're asking how much stress would be there at any cross section, right? Or tension basically, right? Whatever cross section you pick, if the string is massless, tension would be same across all the cross section. If there would have been mass, then we will have to think. Fine. How much will be the tension in the string? That will be equal to the weight. Correct. Fine. But they had asked about how much is the longitudinal stress. Stress is force acting per unit area. Which force is acting here? I think tension is only acting in the string, and tension each and everywhere is same, right? Force per unit area. Fine. Force is tension is how much? T by area. Tension we found as W, area as A. Fine. W by A, option number 3. Here is a very simple question from this chapter has been asked in the previous 3 years. Okay, mechanical properties of fluids. Questions have been asked from this. Fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Go ahead and try this question now. A very easy question is there at the end. After seeing that question, you would be like, eh? Such questions are also being asked. Yes, try this out. Use the concept. Take a few seconds. Take a few seconds and try this out. Okay. Yes, any of you got the answer? Type in the comment section. Let me know if you are tired. Yesterday I had enough stretching because I knew I have to stand for 4-5 hours. By the way, honestly telling you, the plan was of around we would be done in a half an hour or so. Fine, correct, 67, maximum. So that makes it at 4.5 hours we took for this session, correct, with one break of 5 minutes. The plan was of around 13 hours, and that was the original plan, right? So we had broken it into 2 parts. I think that's good for you. I have to go for prayer. Yes, Zai, right? You can like, if it will take 5 minutes, then it's absolutely fine. I can schedule a break as well. Otherwise, you can just go for the prayer and quickly come back. Fine. Okay. The velocity of small ball of mass capital M and density D when dropped in a container filled with glycerine becomes constant after some time. If the density of glycerine is this much, then the viscous force acting on the ball is. Fine. So there was this fluid in which glycerine was kept. Right? So the velocity of the small ball of mass M and density D when dropped in a container filled with the glycerine becomes constant. So you had dropped this, fine. After some time, this ball velocity became constant. Why it became constant? Let me just give you the feel of this. So let us suppose it became constant here. Fine. So basically this weight, that is its weight mg, was balanced by 2 other forces, that is the viscous force and the buoyant force. Fine. So in the question they are asking the viscous force acting on the ball will be, that is the value of Fv you need to find. What exactly had happened? You had dropped the ball in this viscous fluid, correct? Fine. After some time, speed increasing. After some time, the concept is explained very well previously when we were discussing this. After some time of dropping this, increasing, after some time the velocity became constant. For example, now it was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 meter per second. Now it is moving with 10 meter per second only. Now speed is not increasing. No. Why did this happen, guys? Reason being, these two forces were balanced by the weight mg. That's it. And viscous force, what you need to calculate? Viscous force plus Fv, Facebook, is equal to mg, right? So viscous force from here will be equal to mg minus buoyant force. How much will be the buoyant force? That is the only catch here we need to find. Buoyant force will be mass of the liquid displaced into g, that is volume of the liquid displaced into density of the liquid into g. Fine. Volume of the liquid displaced, I think they are talking about the volume of the this only, correct, no? Okay, mass of the ball is given to us as capital M. Density of the ball is d. For ball the density is d, and for the fluid the density is d by 2. Fine. Correct na? And a container filled with the glycerin comes with if the density of, yes, correct, correct. Fine. Mass of the ball is m, density okay Alice, great, fine. Density of the liquid is d by 2, that of the ball is d and that of the liquid is d by 2, correct? Now okay, so VL, density of the liquid is d by 2 into g, fine. Correct. What else we can do here? Yes, buoyant force done. Yes, mg, that is mass of the ball into g, fine. So mbg also, let us see what we can write. Mass can be written as density of the ball into volume of the ball into g. Density of the ball is d, volume of the ball is that of the volume of the liquid displaced into g, fine. Now substitute here and let us see what you are getting. The viscous force instead of volume you can put mass upon density. Yes. Okay, go ahead and substitute here. By the way, volume of the liquid displaced will be equal to the volume of this fluid only, correct? So mg, that is the g, sorry, it would be g here, fine. So vb into d into g minus vl into d by 2 into g, right? So both of them are equal, you can write vdg minus vdg by 2, right? So you would be getting vdg by 2 itself, fine. Instead of volume you can write this is the volume of the ball, fine. Density of the ball is equal to mass upon volume, right? So volume will be mass upon density, correct? So volume you can represent as mass by density of the ball into dg by 2. So d and d gets cancelled out, mg by 2. Is this in the option? Yes, option number 4, fine. Okay, buoyant force, here we put the density of the liquid, right, and volume of the liquid displaced. Basically here the volume of the liquid displayed will be equal to the volume of this complete ball. Clear Alice? Fine. Now next question related to the previous one only. Try this out. Yes, go ahead. Ala, Zaim, try this out quickly. Okay. Yes. Suddenly a thought strikes me. A spherical ball is dropped in a long column of highly viscous liquid. The curve in the graph shown which represents the speed of the ball. Right. So this is a very easy question. NEET 2022. I wish I would have given this NEET. Okay. Fine. So at time is equal to 0, you have dropped a ball, right? Dropping means initial velocity is 0. Dropping means initial velocity is 0. Fine. So at time is equal to 0, velocity is 0. At time is equal to 0, velocity is 0. I think C can't be the correct answer and D can't be the correct answer, because at time is equal to 0, velocity is not 0. That is 101% for sure. Fine. Now what guys? Speed will be increasing increasing, and then after some point of time when the forces balance out, speed will be constant. Correct? This is what happens. This we had just now seen. Fine. Look at option number 3. Speed is only increasing. No. Speed increasing. After some time it became constant. So B would be the correct answer. And by the way, options are not mentioned accordingly. Second is not B. Third is B. Fine. So third would be the correct answer. Very important. This is another strategy to confuse you guys. Right. So B is marked at the third option. Correct, Alice? No, Alice, it's not B, option 2. It's option number 3. B. Right. Okay. Next question. A soap bubble expands. The pressure inside the bubble. So very easy it is. Delta P, that is pressure inside minus pressure outside. Delta P for a soap bubble, this is given by 4s by r, where r is the radius of the bubble, or that is inside pressure minus outside pressure. This is equal to 4s by r. Fine. Or you can write inside pressure is equal to P naught plus 4s by r. Fine. If radius is going to increase, this complete factor will be decreasing. Correct? This is radius, it's in the denominator. Now if it decreases, this factor increases. Now if that increases, the complete factor decreases. So pressure inside decreases. Option number 2. Important question it is. NEET 2022. Fine. By the way, those two similar question, NEET 2022, NEET 2021. Twice they had asked a question based on viscous force concept. Try this out. The amount of energy required to form a soap bubble of radius 2 centimeter, that is 2 into 10 raised to minus 2 meter from a soap solution is nearly, surface tension is given to us as 0.03 Newton per meter. Go ahead. So we have to make a soap bubble. Of this much radius. Soap bubble is a sphere, right? So I think how much they are asking, amount of energy would be requiring. Whatever would be the change in the energy. How much amount of energy is required? Whatever would be the energy for this bubble, right? That would be twice of area, change in area, or simply area you can write, though it would be change in area, into tension. Twice of area of a sphere is equal to, yes, Zaim is back, great, nice to see you, 4 pi r square, right, into tension T. 8 into pi, radius is how much? 2 into 10 raised to minus 2, tension is how much? 0.03. Solve this, you would be getting the answer, I think, as 16, 3. Yes, Zaim, what is the answer that you ate to 16? 16 into 3, 30, 48 into pi into 10 raised to minus 4. Okay. It is square of this, r square. Fine. Square of the radius. Fine. Square of the radius. Fine. So this will become 8 into pi into 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 4 into 0.03. Fine. Now solve this. Quickly solve this. I think you would be getting 3.041 into 10 raised to minus 4. But anyway, still we can do it with the calculator. I'm using it after engineering, after a long time. 8 into 3.14 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 0.03. 3.01, correct. Fourth is what you are getting. 3.01 into 10 raised to minus 4 joules. Option number 4. Right. Clear? Just to verify, we use this. Like, though I thought I don't require it, but anyways, I really wanted to use it. Very tough question asked in NEET 2023. Venturi meter works on principle of perpendicular axis, rotational motion, Huygens principle, wave optics, principle of parallel optics, rotational parallel axis, rotational motion, Bernoulli's principle. Fine. Fine. Clear, guys? Very tough question it was, I think. Thermal properties. Yeah. So there is this only one question asked in NEET 2021. Thermal properties of matter are that too based on Newton's law of cooling. Yes, now look, in this question you require a lot upper hand in speed, right? Because two equations would be made, then you have to divide. If you have a very fast hand and you know the formula and you can quickly do it, then do this question. Fine. All right. Now, Newton's law of cooling. Newton's cooling law, simple. Fine. Yes. Of course, I can't ask you to unmute yourself and tell the answer. Basically, it gives you the formula for rate of cooling. It gives you the formula for rate of cooling. Correct, guys? Yes, I mean, alles. Suppose there is this body. Initially, the temperature was Ti, right? After some time T, the temperature changed to Tf. Fine. That is, there is some change in temperature delta T, or there is some change in temperature dt. In time small t. In time small t, right, or dt you can say, in small time dt. Fine. Then the rate of cooling is given by, those who had joined just now, we are revising the we are doing the PYQs of the last year 21, 22 and 23. Fine. Now, yes, so the rate of cooling is given by K dash into T minus T naught. What is T naught here? What is T? What is dt? And what is d small t? This is change in temperature. How much did the temperature change? That is final temperature minus initial, or initial minus final. Change in temperature. In how much time did this temperature change? K is some constant, right? T naught is the surroundings temperature. Fine. So these blocks, for example, it's kept here, right? So T naught is the surrounding temperature of this block. Fine. T naught is the surrounding temperature. Surrounding temperature. And T. What is T here? T is the temperature of the block. T is the temperature of the block. Yes. But which temperature to take, initial or final temperature? Temperature is continuously changing from moving from this state to this state. So what we take, we usually take the average of the two. Fine. And that's it. Just apply this in this question, you would be able to solve it. NEET 2021, high chances are there that you may get a similar question. Fine. Yes, go ahead. Yes, yes, Alice, Zaim did that recently, but the calculation, yes, it was Alice. Fine. A cup of coffee cools from 90 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. So there is this cup of coffee, not coffee, it's coffee. It cooled from 90 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. So clearly change in temperature is how much? 10 degrees Celsius. There is a change in temperature of 10 degrees Celsius, right? In T minutes. Time is how much? T minutes it is. Right. So how much time it took? T minutes. Right. When the room temperature is 20 degrees Celsius, right? When the room temperature, that is T naught, it is 20 degrees Celsius. The time taken by us, So this much information is given to you. As if you want, you can utilize this. What is the average temperature? Ti plus Tf by 2. If you want, you can calculate it. Fine. 170 by 2, right? That makes it that makes it how much? 85, correct? Na? Yeah, 85 degree Celsius. Fine. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Can I apply it in the formula dt by dt? This is equal to k dash t minus t naught, correct? So dt by dt, this is how much? 10 by small t. This is equal to k dash t minus 85 minus T naught is how much? Surrounding temperature 20 degrees Celsius, 20. Fine. So 85 minus 20, 75, 65. You can apply here. Fine. Okay. Now, similar question. Yeah, those who had joined just now, basically we are revising the last 3 year PYQs, 21, 22, 23. So you are on time. We are just left with a few questions. Mechanical properties, sorry, thermal properties is going on. Now they are asking the time taken by a similar cup of coffee. Why I am saying coffee? Okay, guys. So there is this similar cup of coffee. I badly needs that. It cools from 80 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees Celsius. Correct? At room temperature, same room temperature. How much? 20 degrees Celsius. 20 degrees Celsius, right? And yeah, what is dt? That is change in temperature. 80 to 60 it is going. 20 degrees Celsius temperature it is. They are asking how much time it will take. Let that time be t dash. So that t dash value they are asking. Fine, correct? T dash value they are asking. Okay. Can you please give me the average value of this Ti plus Tf divided by 2? Right, so 80 plus 60, 140, 140 by 2, that makes it 70 degrees Celsius. Just apply it in the formula here, dt by dt, dash dash you can name it as k dash. Okay, I am applying this directly in the formula. Dt is how much? 20 divided by time is small t, and 20 by small t. This makes it 70 minus outside temperature 20. So this makes it 20 by t, which we need to find. This is equal to 50 times k. Fine. So this is the equation first. This is k dash. Sorry, k dash remains same. This is second because they had said in the question it's a similar question. Correct, Alice? Correct, Zain? Fine. Now if you want, you can divide both of them and find the value of. Let this be t dash. Make this also as t dash. If you want, you can divide the first equation by the second equation. Divide the first equation by second equation and you would be getting 10 by t. This is equal to k dash 65 times k dash. Here you would be getting 20 by t dash. T dash is what you need to find upon 50 k dash. K dash and k dash cancels out. Fine. And this gets cancelled out on 2. T dash goes in the numerator, divided by 2t it will be 65 by 50 it is, na? If you want, you can solve this. This gets cancelled out on 25. This gets cancelled out 5. This gets cancelled out on 13. So t dash will be equal to 13 into t by 5. Correct? Is this in the option 13 by yes, option number 1. 13t by 5. Clear? Clear, Alice? Clear, Zain? Yes. You guys need a break? Huh? Yes, Zain and Alice, please confirm. How many questions we are left? Kinetic energy, oscillations. Oh, rotational motion is there. We can take a 5 minutes break and quickly come back. Not more than that, 5 minutes break. 5 minutes break we can take, 5-7 minutes washroom susu break quickly. Fine. And Snacks break. Yes, quickly come back. Rotational motion we are going to discuss. Very important it is. Break I had given it. Fine. Break. NEET 2021.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yes. Yes, all of you come back. Type in the chat box if you are back. Yes, type in the chat box if you guys are back. Yes, all of you come back and let us begin. Okay, Zaim is back. What about Alice? Yes. If you are back, kindly let me know in the chat box. Okay. So I quickly had my dinner and yes, the 4.5 hours back, energy is back after having the dinner. Okay, I hope you guys also had something. Where is the marker? It's here. Okay, all of you, okay, I was saying, all of you turn on your cameras, right? Okay. Yes, please confirm if I am perfectly audible to you guys. Let me just check. Okay. Audible, okay. Alice there. How is the Josh now? Dead, medium, alive, high, low? How is the Josh, guys? Mine is fine. After having the dinner, like this is the timings of my classes, usual timings. Like one of the class starts now, like 10 minutes from now it would be starting, and it will be going up till 11. Class would be of maximum. We are left with the rotational motion and this chapter only, right? And oscillations and waves. That's it, right? Waves only. I think a couple of questions are there. That's it. And we would be done for today. Okay, let us begin with the session. Match the, okay, we had already begun with the session. Let us resume the session. Match the column 1 with the column 2. Again, match the following. Basically, it comes so that you attempt at least something. Root mean square speed of the speed. 3 RT by M. 3 RT by M. Right. So, A must have Q as the correct answer. Right. So, these two are 101% eliminated. Elimination technique. I hope. Elimination. It is not necessarily that you should know all the three, like all four of them. Pressure exerted by an ideal gas, this is equal to half 1 by 3 and mv square. This is square, v square. This is a vector symbol above this. So B should have P as the correct answer, not as R. So option number A. Even if you don't know the other two, still you can mark the correct answer. That is what I was trying to explain you there out. Those who have joined just now, basically we are doing the previous year discussion for the last 3 years for NEET. Why? Because you have the NEET exam on 5th of May. Correct? Alright, let us move to the next question. Okay. The volume occupied the molecules contained in 4.5 kg of water at standard temperature and pressure STP. Yes, go ahead. No, not 100 minutes. Hardly 30 for 30 minutes maximum. Okay. Yes, go ahead. The volume occupied by molecules contained in 4.5 kg of water at STP, if the intermolecule forces vanish. If intermolecule force vanishes, then that water will become vapors, first of all, right? And since it's saying STP, can apply PV is equal to nRT here. Fine. What is N? They're asking how much volume does it occupy. Basically, V we need to find here. V will be nRT divided by P, correct? What is N? Given mass upon molar mass into RT by M. sorry, by P. Fine. Given mass is to us is 4.5 kg. 4.5 kg. Molar mass 18 grams. Correct. So convert either of them. Right. So you can convert this to kg by multiplying it by 10 raised to the power minus 3. Right. And correct, no, it is. Given mass 4.5 kg divided by molar mass 18 into 10 raised to 1 minus 3. R is 8.314. I hope all of you know this. Temperature T 273 Kelvin. Why? Because they are asking, they are saying STP, standard temperature and pressure. Pressure is 10 raised to the power 5 in this case. Fine. Let us solve this and see what we are getting. Here it would be 2. Fine. And 45. Okay, fine. So here we would be getting 45 into 2.73, sorry, 8.3 multiplied by 273 is equal to divided by 18. 5.6. Yes, approximately that you are getting is 5.6 meter cube. Fine, that is the volume. 5.6 meter cube. 5.6 meter cube. Again, this was slightly calculation based, right? So if you are able to solve this much do calculations within the time frame, or you can come back to this question later on after attempting the easier ones. Fine. Okay. Next question. Try this out. Yes. Okay, the temperature of a gas is minus 50 degrees Celsius, right? To what temperature the gas molecules should be heated so that the RMS speed is increased by 3 times? NEET 2023. Now most of the students, they did it wrong. There is a reason to this. That is, they made a mistake in understanding the language of the question. That is the mistake they did here. Okay, let me just show you. Now, by the way, I hope you know RMS speed, VRMS, that is under the root 3 RT by M. So that is directly proportional to the temperature. Fine. This you should know, temperature put in Kelvin. Temperature must be kept in Kelvin. So the temperature of the gas is minus 50 degrees Celsius. Right. Right now the temperature is minus 50 degrees Celsius. Fine. Or you can write it in Kelvin as well by adding 273 to this. So this will become minus 5035752. Fine. 223 Kelvin. So this is the temperature, current temperature, T1 you can say. Now, to what temperature the gas should be heated so that the RMS speed is increased by 3 times. So right now the RMS speed be, let it be VRMS. V1 you can say, V1 RMS, that is inversely directly proportional to T1. V1 RMS directly proportional to 223. Now they are asking to what temperature we should increase, what should be the new temperature so that the RMS speed, new RMS speed increased by 3 times the original one. What do I mean by this? If original was V1, it is increased by 3 times the original. This is the catch here. Usually students in the exam, they wrote it as 3 times V1. Increased by 3 times. Fine. For example, my salary was 100 rupees per year. Right. My salary got increased by 3 times as what it was earlier, or my salary got increased by 2 times as what it was earlier. New salary will be, how much is the increase in the new salary? 2 times of what it was previously. So new salary will be original salary plus whatever is the increase. Right. So in this case it will be 300. Correct. So in this case new RMS speed should be VRMS first plus 3 times the original. So that makes it 4 times the original RMS speed. This should be the new RMS speed. For this, what should be the temperature? They are asking in the question to what temperature the gas should be heated. T2 value is what they are asking. Correct, Zaid? Correct, Alice? Alice, back after long time, huh? Okay, so V2 RMS here should be directly proportional to the temperature as well. T2 temperature, you can say. If you want, you can divide the second equation. Let this be the second equation. Let this be the first equation. You can divide the second equation by first equation. That's it. So V2 by V1 RMS under the root T2 by under the root 223. Fine. So V2 RMS, it is given to us as 4 times V1 divided by V1 under the root T2 under the root T2 by 223. Fine. V1 and V1 gets cancelled out. If you want, you can square both sides. This will become 16 T2, squaring both sides. 16 times T2 divided by 223. So T2 from here will be 16 into 223. Just solve this, you will get the answer. How much is 16 into 223? I think that is that makes it as 16 into 223. 223 2230, that is 10. 22 half of that 1115, right, plus 2 2 3, that makes it 8 3 2 2 4 5 3 3538 Kelvin, I think it is 3538 Kelvin it is, right? But you are given option in terms of degree Celsius. All the options except for 2, right, are given in degree Celsius. 2 are given in Kelvin. So in Kelvin, I think you are getting this, and this is not the correct answer because it's not there in the Kelvin in the options. Now convert it into degree Celsius. Correct, Alice and Zameen? How you will convert it to degree Celsius? I think you will have to raise it to temperature of 3538 Kelvin, right? 3538 minus 273. So you would be getting the answer as 5, fine, 13736, fine, just a second, 3538, 13 minus 7, 6, 542, 3265. Okay, something around 3295 or 3265 degrees Celsius is what you are getting. Fine, something around this. I hope we did the multiplication there correct into 16. 35. Okay, 3568 it is. Here it would be 3568. 3568. Fine. So 3568 minus 273, you would be getting the answer as 3295 degrees Celsius. Fine. That is option number 3. Clear? Clear? The only catch in this question was that no Alice, no. Right. The only catch here in this question was that you are getting the answer in Kelvin. Right. Fine. This relation you can only use when you are substituting the temperature in Kelvin here, not in degree Celsius. So I converted it in Kelvin, found the temperature T2, and temperature T2 you will be getting in Kelvin only now, because you are substituting the values in terms of Kelvin. So temperature T2 you got in terms of Kelvin, and that's there in front of you. Right. Clear? Yeah. But options were there in degree Celsius. So yeah. Yeah, okay, oscillations, NEET 2021, very simple questions are being asked from oscillations and wave. You guys can do this very easily. Okay, for example, a body executing SHM with frequency N. Fine. So I hope all of you remember the graph of X versus T, right? If it would have been potential energy versus T, then graph would have been like this. Graph would have been like this. So you can see one cycle of this is equal to 2 cycle of this, right? So frequency of simple harmonic motion it is given to us as n. So frequency of simple harmonic motion is n. Frequency of the potential energy will be twice of n. That is option number 1. That is option number 1. Clear? Clear? Let us move ahead. Yes, Ales, Zain, is it clear to you guys? Very simple questions would be there now from here onwards. Yes, go ahead. Try this out. Now, a spring is stretched by 5 centimeter by a force of 10 Newton. Basically, this much information is given so that you can find some data. So, 10 Newton force is applied and it is stretched by 5 centimeter. Sorry. Fine. And 5 meters it is stretched by 5 centimeter. Fine. So, it is stretched by 5 centimeter, x is equal to 5 centimeter. Right, and force of 10 Newton was applied. And so, of course, this much spring force would be acting 10 Newton only. Now, the time period of oscillation when the mass of 2 kg is suspended by it is. Now, very simple it is. With this much data, I think you can calculate the value of k. Right, force is equal to k into x. Right, force is how much? 10. K we don't know. X is 5 centimeter. Converted into meter multiplied by 10 raised to minus 2. So, you would be getting the answer as 5 to 200. The value of k that you would be getting would be 200 Newton per meter. Correct? This is the value of k that you are getting. Now, yes, Zaim, are you there? Now, the time period we need to calculate for the spring, same spring, when a mass of 2 kg, is suspended from it. Fine. This we need to calculate. Time period 2 pi under the root m by k for a spring when m mass is attached. This formula we use. Correct. So just substitute the values here. 2 pi under the root mass is how much? 2 kgs. Right. Value of k is how much? 200. Fine. 200. This gets cancelled out on 100. So 2 pi into 1 upon under the root 100. Right. So this makes it as 2 pi into 1 by 10, right? So this makes it as 2 into 3.14 divided by 10. So 6.28 divided by 10, that is 0.628, correct? Seconds. Is this in the option? Option number 3. Clear? Yes, Zain, Ales. Clear to you guys? Now we are just about to finish, don't worry, 30 more minutes maximum. Okay, let us move ahead. Guys. And finally, we are switching to the rotational motion. Last question for the this oscillation part. NEET 2023 only it was asked. So xt graph is given to you, and they are asking at time is equal to 2 seconds, the acceleration of the particle will be. Fine. I hope you know x is equal to a sin omega t. By the way, you can do it directly also. Fine. So velocity is nothing but differentiate this a omega cos omega t. Differentiate again this, you will get acceleration. Fine. A omega square minus sin omega t. So this is the value of acceleration that we have. Fine. Amplitude, clearly this is equal to 1 meter. Omega. Now, understand carefully. They are asking what is the acceleration of the particle at time is equal to 2 seconds. At this point, what is the acceleration, right? Omega, can you tell after seeing this graph? Yes, Zain, Aisha, that is I think 2 pi by t, if I am not wrong, correct? 2 pi by t. Now, what is time period? I think this is the time period, 2 pi by 8. That makes it as pi by 4 radian per second. Fine. So omega value is pi by 4 with the help of graph only I found. Right. So omega value is how much? Pi by 4 whole square. Sin omega pi by 4. Again, they were asking at time is equal to 2 seconds. So at time is equal to 2 seconds, substitute 2 here. This makes it 2 here. So minus pi square, 4 square is 16. Sin pi by 2, that is 90 degree. So minus pi square by 16, that is option number 1. Clear? 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 By the way, no need to write all three of them. You should directly know this. A sin omega t, A omega cos omega t minus A omega square sin omega t. Arc displacement, position, velocity and acceleration directly you guys should know. Fine. Instead of writing all of them. Okay, finally, Alice, we are here. That is the rotational motion, and then it would be done. Okay, or we let us finish this thermodynamics part. Fine, because only 2 questions are there for thermodynamics. Then we would be only left with rotational motion, important one. 2-3 concepts I need to explain you thereof. Fine. Okay. Yes. Go ahead with this question. Question is not there. Very easy, and in fact this we have discussed multiple times in the class. Same question as it is, NEET 2022. Okay, laptop crashed. I didn't thought so much that your laptop should have crashed. Yes, Mystic Grey Gamer. Okay, Zaim, no problem. By the way, if your friends are preparing for NEET, do share them. It would be very helpful for them. 101%. Alright guys, let us do this. An ideal gas undergoes 4 different processes from the same initial state as shown in the figure below. Those processes are adiabatic, isothermal, isobaric and isochoric. The curve which represents the adiabatic process among the 1, 2, 3, 4 is. Now, this we have discussed this PV graph multiple times in the class, pressure versus volume. Try to eliminate at least 0 volume. As the volume increases, I hope you can see, here the volume is increasing if you move that side. Volume is increasing but pressure is not changing. Pressure is constant. Can I say pressure is constant? Or can I say that this is an isobaric process? What about this line? Here volume is constant. Volume, as you can see, is not changing. As the pressure decreases, if the pressure is changing, volume remains constant. So this becomes an isochoric process, correct? Isochoric process. Fine. What about these two? One of them for sure is adiabatic and another one being isothermal. Now, if you remember a very simple concept that slope of adiabatic is more than slope of isothermal, then you should have been able to do this question. Fine. Now observe these two curves carefully. Which of the two is having more slope? I think it is the second one having more slope. Correct? Just very simple. Whenever you have to check which line has more slope, this is a shortcut technique I am telling you. Just start walking on that line. Right. For example, there are 2 lines. These 2 lines. Start walking on these 2 lines. Fine. Wherever you are putting more efforts, that line would be having more slope. For example, in this first second, you are putting more efforts in second. Efforts put in second is more than efforts put in 1. Right. So slope of second will be more than slope of 1. In this case, efforts, I think it's put more here as compared to this. Slope of second is more than the slope of third, right? Slope of second is more than the slope of third. So this second one, correct na? Yeah. Second one must be adiabatic. That is the curve which corresponds to the adiabatic. That is second one. Now read the options carefully. In the option number 3, that is option number C, they had given the C1, right? The second curve. Right, so just don't mark it. This is not the correct answer. These are the answers. Based on this, you have to mark the correct. So again, silly mistake that usually the kids do here. Clear? Clear? So avoid this. Carnot engine. Very tough question, correct? NEET 2023. Yes, Carnot engine. They are saying Carnot engine has an efficiency of 50% when its source is at temperature of 327 degrees Celsius. 327 degrees Celsius. Source. Okay, how it works? Let me just explain a bit of the concept. Source. Source is here. Fine. Heat is extracted from this source Q1. Right? With the help of this heat, some work is done. That is, your car is rotated, the tires of the car rotates, right? On the other hand, some heat is rejected to the surroundings, right? That is with that exhaust which is there at the did it today? Okay, fine. Which is there at the rear side, fine. So this is referred to as sink, where you dissipate the heat Q2, the waste heat basically you can say. Now, this is our temperature T1, this is our temperature T2, correct? Now, they are saying the Carnot engine has efficiency of 50% when its source is at a temperature of 327 degrees Celsius. 327 degrees Celsius. So, source temperature is also given to us. Convert it into Kelvin if you want to put it in the formula. Convert 327 into Kelvin, plus 273, add 273 to this, fine, add 273, I think 73, 400, 600 Kelvin, correct? You would be getting. Now they are asking temperature of the sink. What is the temperature of the sink? Efficiency is given to us as 50%, fine. Efficiency is nothing but output upon input, right? Output, our output is this work done and input is Q1. This work done will be nothing but Q1 minus what is wasted. What you are getting subtracted from what you are wasting will be your useful input, that is work done, correct? You are supplying 10 joules, 2 joules of it is wasted, so of course 8 joules would be left, right? So Q1 minus Q2 is what is the work done divided by Q1, and this you would be getting 1 minus Q2 by Q1, or you can write it as 1 by T2 by T1. Right. Okay, another relation you should know, Q1 by Q2, this is equal to T1 by T2 in a Carnot. Substitute here, efficiency is 50%, that is 50 by 100, efficiency is given to us as 50% of this engine. Fine. 1 minus T2 by T1, this is nothing but 1 by 2. Fine. So from here 1 by 2, or you can simply write T2 upon T1, this is equal to 1 by 2. T2 we need to calculate, T1 is given to us as 600, this is equal to 1 by 2, this gets cancelled out, so T2 on 300 of course, T2 will be equal to 300 Kelvin, T2 will be equal to 300 Kelvin, that is not there in the option, reason being you need to convert it into degree Celsius because all the options are there in degree Celsius, correct Mystic Gamer, correct Alice, these kids, these days all kids are gamers. Just subtract 273, fine. You would be getting here as 27 degrees Celsius. That is option number 2. Clear? Yes. Yes, sink, correct. All right, done with the thermodynamics. Let us move to the this one. Very easy, NEET 2022. I remember in BW when I was giving the demo kind of thing. So this is the topic that I taught. Yes, go ahead guys, go ahead. Mystic Gamer, Alice, are you there? Okay, and this is 101% is going to help you on 5th of May, that I will make sure. If the initial tension in the stress string is doubled, then the ratio of the initial and the final speed. So the speed, I hope that is, it is directly proportional to the tension. Fine. So if the initial tension on the stress string is double, so initially tension was T1, now the tension is T2. Initially the speed was V1, now the speed is V2, right? Then the ratio of the initial and final speed of the transverse wave is what we need to calculate. And T2, they are saying the initial tension of the string is double. T2 is twice of T1. This is given to us, right? Now, V1 is directly proportional to V1 by V2. This is equal to under the root T1 by under the root T2. That is under the root T1, you can write it as T1. Under the root T2, you can write it as twice of T1. So this gets cancelled out. 1 upon root 2 is what you are getting, option number 4. Clear? Clear? Type in the chat box. Clear. I named this account when I was 12. No judgment. I remember my email ID was, when I was 10-12 years of age, my email ID was guptalovekunal@gmail.com. Gupta love LOV kunal@gmail.com. This was my email ID when I was of your age. Okay. Now last but not the least, that is the rotational motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7. 7 questions only we have to do. Okay. System of particles and rotational motion. Let us start with this one. NEET 2022. Very easy question it is, and yes, you can expect. I had no issues, had no one those accounts. I had like show something lol. Okay. Gamer Pro. Fine. Two objects of mass 10 kg and 20 kg. Very easy question. NEET 2022. Provided you should know the shortcut technique for this. So there are two masses. 10 kg and 20 kg. They are separated by some distance. That distance is how much? That distance is how much? 10 meter. Fine. Right. The distance of the center of mass of the system from the 10 kg is, right. So we need to calculate, suppose this distance, center of mass, let us suppose it is somewhere here. Fine. Let this distance be R1, that distance be R2, right. So we need to calculate how much is the value of R1, that is the distance of center of mass. Center of mass of this complete system is lying at point C. So we need to calculate where it is. Go ahead and try this out. Yes, very easy and interesting question it is. Alright guys, by the way, you can eliminate the options also. This short won't be the correct answer. Why? Because it cannot lie in the midpoint, right? That is, it can't be 5 meter. 5 meter is the midpoint of the line joining, right? It should be shifted to the object which is heavier, correct? That is for sure. This is how you can eliminate this option, and this is to 101% eliminated. Why? Because according to this center of mass is somewhere here. Somewhere here. 10 by 3 is 3.33. It's somewhere here, right? So that is 101% wrong. Fine. If you want, you can write a statement. The center of mass is towards the heavier body, right? Fine. So 20 kg it's heavier than 10 kg. So center of mass should be somewhere shifted towards this, right? Now, by the way, you can eliminate this also, right? So answer you had got option number 3 because it's 10 meter complete. Fine. But still if you want to use the formula that R1 is equal to M2, R1 is the distance from which mass you are calculating, right? Into D is the complete distance divided by M1 plus M2. M2 is how much? 20. D is how much? 10 meter. M1 plus M2, that is 30 meters. 10 plus 20. So this becomes 200 by 30. This gets cancelled out. 20 by 3 meters. That is option number 3. In fact, without solving, just using the logic, you can answer this correctly. Correct, Zaim? Correct, Alice? Yes. Like even no need to solve this. In exam, use logic. 3 options eliminated. The leftover would be the correct answer. Yes, NEET 2023. Wow. I hope I would have won such that I was giving this exam. Angular acceleration, guys. Angular acceleration. They asked. The angular acceleration moving of a body moving along the circumference of the circle, right? So there is this body which is moving along the circumference of the circle, right? So what would be the angular acceleration of this? And they are in fact asking the direction, axial vector it is, right? So along the axis of the rotation. All 3 neglected, right? NEET 2023. So if you are lucky, in 24 you will get so simple questions as well. Radius of gyration slightly you need to think here. This one, NEET 2022. So use logic before using formula. Fine, whether if it could have been done with shortcut or elimination of options. Fine. If you know it, short the correct answer, then or like if you are able to eliminate etc. Don't do make sure negative marking is what you would be stuck with, right? If you don't do guesswork thereout. In competitive exam, guesswork doesn't work, never works if there is a negative marking. And of course there would be. The angular speed of a flywheel moving with uniform acceleration changes from 1200 rpm to 3120 rpm in 10 seconds. Right. Now, fine. So initially the angular speed was 1200 rpm. That is 1200 rotations, revolutions per minute. Finally, it is 3120 rpm. Right. How much time it took? It took 16 seconds for this. It took 16 seconds for this. The angular acceleration in radian per second, that is alpha you need to calculate. Fine. So very easy it is. V is equal to, omega final minus omega initial is equal to acceleration alpha into time t. Fine. But the catch is you need to change it into radian per second and this also into radian per second. That is the only thing that you need to understand here. So Alice, just convert it into radian per second and this also. Yes, 1200 revolution per minute it is. Fine. Now, one revolution I think has 2 pi radians, correct? 1 minute has 60 seconds. 20, so 2 into 2, 40 pi radian per second. Correct? What about this? Omega 2. So this will be 3120, again revolution per minute. 3120. One revolution has 2 pi radians. 3120. One revolution has 2 pi radians. 1 minute has 60 seconds. 0 gets cancelled out. This will be cancelled out on, if you want you can answer 33104. 104 pi radian per second. Now just substitute there in this formula and you will be getting the value of alpha, omega t minus omega 2 minus omega 1, 104 pi minus just a second, is it 40 or correct na? 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 40 pi divided by time is given to us as 16 seconds. This is alpha, right? So you would be getting 64 pi upon 16. This is equal to alpha. So this gets cancelled out on 4. So alpha will be 4 pi radian per second square. That is option number 3. Clear? Clear? This is a very simple question, but the only thing Alice and Zain, Khaja, Medulla, here it was that you need to convert it into revolution per minute. Fine? Bye. Okay. Now, last few questions, guys. We would be finishing in the next 5 minutes, if I am not wrong. 5-6 minutes we would be finishing. And here we go, 10 minutes. Maximum 10 minutes is what we require. Then radius of gyration would be there, Alice. Last topic. Okay, I know you are tired, but your struggle today makes a better tomorrow. This is based on equilibrium. If you know the concept, then only do the question, otherwise you can leave. A uniform rod of length 200 centimeter and mass 500 gram is balanced on a wedge placed at 40 centimeter mark. Fine. A mass of 2 kg is suspended from the rod at 20 centimeter and another unknown mass m is suspended from the rod at 160 centimeter mark as shown in the figure. Find the value of m such that the rod is in equilibrium. Value of g 10 meter per second square. Now, all the distances first of all are measured from here, because here it is written 0. This much distance is 20 centimeter. This much distance is 40 centimeter. Fine. This much distance is 160 centimeter. Correct? Now, I think any other information needed? I don't think so. So I can erase this. Of course, in exam you can't, because you won't be having the digital board there out. Okay, now to be in equilibrium, very simple concept, Alice, it would be, right? It is saying find the value of m such that the rod, this complete rod, it's in equilibrium. Fine. This complete rod, it must be in equilibrium. This rod must be in equilibrium. Now, just imagine that here is the wedge, right? Somewhere here is the wedge, right? And you have attached some mass here at this side. It is going to, of course, fall, right? So, but it is at equilibrium. So, equilibrium means the net torque should be 0, or can I say, okay, by the way, there would be one more force here, right? That is the weight acting from the center. Weight would be mg, right, of this. Okay, let us take it as capital mg. Okay, now, so just forget that there is this mass and there is this. Now this mass will try to rotate this mass will try to rotate the rod like this. This mass, this mass, okay, anyways guys, I try to give you the feel of this. So this mass will try to rotate it like this, correct? On the other hand, the weight of this mass and this small m will try to rotate this rod like this. But net torque about the wedge should be 0. Net torque about the wedge should be 0 in equilibrium. Or I can say torque, clockwise torque should balance the anti-clockwise torque. That is, this torque should balance these two torques, correct, due to this and due to this. Only then it would be in equilibrium. If this would be more, it will fall here. If this would be more, it will fall here, correct. So this needs to be balanced. That is the only thing here. and now you move ahead in this. So I am calculating all the torques about this point O. All the torques about this point O. So I think this is 20 centimeter. This is lying at the center. Wedge length is given to us as 200 centimeter. Fine. 200 centimeter it is given to us. Right. So this is 40. So this will become 60 centimeter. And so this much is 60 centimeter. Fine. 60 plus 40, 100 centimeter it is. Complete length is 200 centimeter. From here to here, how much it will be? 160 minus 40, 120 centimeter it will be. Fine. Clear? Any doubt in this? All the distances from here to the force you guys have. Now you need to just balance the torques. Correct? Now torque due to this is the anti-clockwise torque, and so that will be torque formula. I hope you know R cross F, that is RF sin theta. RF sin theta. Fine. In all of them, just check the distances and the force. Right. All the forces and the distances are at 90 degree with each other. Distance force. All of them are at 90 degree with each other. Right. So cos would be sin theta, sin would be 90 degree. So let us just multiply R and F, right? That is the distance and the force I would be taking. So anti-clockwise torque, this is anti-clockwise. Force is how much? M into G, mass is 2 kg and acceleration due to gravity. 2G into how much is the force? Force is 2G, sorry. This distance is how much? 20 centimeter. No need to convert it into meters. Because ultimately it would be cancelled out. Yes. How much is this force? Okay, mass of the complete plank is given to us as 500 grams. 500 grams. So divided by 1000, you will be getting in kg, right? So 1 by 2 g. This is the weight, right? Complete. So clockwise would be force is how much? Half g. Into how much is the distance? Distance is I think 60 centimeter. Plus this weight is how much? Mg. Right? So plus mg into how much is the distance? That distance is 120 centimeter. Right. Now solve this, you would be getting the answer. Yes, Alice. Okay, Alice got disconnected, no problem. Now she is back. Plus 120 g into m. This is equal to, sorry, plus it is 40 into g. Now whatever things are getting cancelled out, do cancel it out. G gets cancelled out here. So 120 g gets cancelled out here. 120 m, this will be equal to 10, right? And m from here will be 10 upon 120. That makes it as 1 by 12 kg. That is option number 3. Clear? Type in the chat box clear with percentage. How much percentage is it clear to you? Right? And I know how much time it is. 4 and a half. 5 hours only it is, na? My plan was to just take it to around 12 hours, right? With enough breaks, of course. But anyways, let us do it in 2 parts. I know you guys are new to this, so that's why the plan changed at the end moment. Now, Alice, here is the radius of gyration thing. I will explain it, don't worry. Try this out. NEET 2022, multiple times questions are asked from this. Important it is. Okay. Yes, go ahead. If you are preparing for NEET 2024, then you can click here. Okay. Now, radius of gyration or gyration, whatever you say. Now understand this. Imagine that there is this body, right, and the complete mass and it is having some moment of inertia, right? Let that be I. Let that be I. Fine. About this axis, fine. There is this some moment of inertia, and that is I about this axis, correct? No. Let us take the field of this. Moment of inertia about this axis, it's I. For a while, let us imagine this complete mass is simply concentrated at a point. This complete mass is concentrated at a point only. That is, if I want to draw a diagram, same axis. Fine. This complete mass is concentrated at a point such that, and if I start calculating radius of the, if I start calculating moment of inertia, let us suppose this this is defined as k. This distance from the axis is k, right? And if I calculate moment of inertia now, of course, mass into distance square of the distance it is, correct? Fine. So radius of gyration is defined as the distance of the point where if whole mass would have been concentrated will give the same moment of inertia as given by the mass distributed originally, right? So this will be mk square only, right? If I am getting the same moment of inertia, if I is equal to I dash, right, then that distance of that mass where that point where the whole mass is concentrated, that distance k is defined as radius of gyration k. Fine, clear Alice? Now, even if it is not clear, let me just give you something in this I dash. So moment of inertia of this body, this is nothing, I dash is nothing but mk square, where k is the moment of, where k is the radius of gyration, I is the moment of inertia of the body, k is the radius of gyration. Now this is what you should remember. This is what you should remember very well, and we would be using this in the next two questions. The ratio of radius of gyration of a the ratio of the radius of gyration of a thin uniform disk about an axis passing through the center and normal to its plane to the radius of gyration to the disk about the diameter is. Fine. So you need to find the radius of ratio of two radius of gyrations. Yes, go ahead and find it out. It is disk, not ring. No. Moment of inertia. So there are two cases. Case number one. Let us find the radius of gyration in this case. Fine. Moment of this disk is given by, moment of inertia of this disk is given by mr square by 2. Correct? Fine. Now, this should be equal to moment of inertia. All of us know this is equal to mk square. M and m gets cancelled out. So r square by 2 is what? K1 you can say. K1 square. Right? Or K1 is equal to r under the root 2. So this is the radius of gyration in the first case. Fine. K1. In the second case, this is the axis. In the second case, this is the axis, correct? Now, moment of inertia for a disk about an axis passing through the diameter is given by, yes, Alice, Zain, sorry, future gamer, your name, yes, the moment of inertia about the disk, it is given by m r square by 4. Fine, you should learn this, right? If you don't know it, moment of inertia for a disk for a about an axis perpendicular or about an axis passing through the diameter, this you should know. This must be equal to mk square, correct? Fine. Now, this m and m gets cancelled out, correct? Now, from k to name this as k2. K2 from here will be equal to r by 2. Fine. Now they were asking what is the ratio of the two radius of gyration, correct? Radius of gyration disk about and the normal to its plane to the normal to the plane to the radius of gyration of the disk about its diameter. So basically K1 is to K2 is what they are asking. K1 is to K2 is what they are asking, that is R by root 2 divided by R by 2. Fine. So this gets cancelled out, 2 by root 2. Now this is not in the option, 2 by root 2, it's not in the option. Reason being, you need to rationalize this. You need to rationalize this. So rationalize this, root 2 upon root 2, this gets cancelled out, this will become 2 root 2 upon 2. So this gets cancelled out. So finally you would be getting the answer as root 2 is to 1, option number 3. Clear? Alice? Basically you need to just use this formula. Moment of inertia is Mk square. From here you can calculate the radius of gyration. And you should know the moment of inertia, the standard moment of inertia for a ring, for a disk, for a sphere, for a hollow sphere, for a solid sphere. Alright. Finally, last question for the evening. NEET 2021, last question. Yes, this is the last question. Today my target was to take you, just a second, sorry. Not the last question ratio, second last question it is. Okay, try this one first. कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ना है. I'm not tired still because I had the dinner na, so my family members are not waiting for me. They're like, you come late, you come tomorrow in the morning. They're like, you stay out, that's the best thing. Especially my younger sibling. Because he gets the freedom na. He would be watching the television all night. There's no one to scold him. He may come in the comment section also. Okay, fine, today I told him that I would be taking light. So in the comment section, if you get a comment that please don't come to the home, that's from my home only. Fine. Yes, Alice, Zaim. Go ahead. Last question, second last question. The radius of gyration of a solid sphere of mass m. Okay, so the solid sphere is first now. And radius r. About its own axis and radius of gyration of a thin hollow sphere of same mass and radius about its axis is. Okay, well and good. So moment of inertia, what is the moment of inertia? 2 by 3 mr square, correct? This must be equal to mk square. So m and m gets cancelled out, k1 you can say. Okay, solid sphere and hollow sphere. You have to take in this sequence only, because in the question only they had said solid sphere first, then they had talked about the hollow sphere, right? So in this sequence you have to take, sequence is very important. Don't take hollow first and solid later on. That is the silly mistake that you would be doing in the exam. So in this sequence only you have to take 2 by 3 r square. This is equal to k1 square. Fine. K1 will be equal to under the root 2 by 3 r. Fine. Similarly, here moment of inertia will be 2 by 3. Hollow it is na. Okay, I'm sorry. Here it will be 2 by 5. It is solid na. Here it will be 2 by 5. 2 by 5, 2 by 5, 2 by 5. Okay. I did the mistake. 2 by 3 mr square. 2 by 3 mr square. Right. This must be equal to mk square. M and m gets cancelled out. K2. Take it as K2. K2 from here you would be getting as root 2 by 3 r. Fine. Root 2 by 3. Under the root 2 by 3 r. Fine. Now, what to do? Ratios K1 is to K2 you need to calculate, right? So root 2 by 5 into r, root 2 into root 3 by r, right? Root 2 and root 2 gets cancelled out, r and r gets cancelled out, root 3 is to root 5. There is some misprinting in the question, in the options. Root 3 is to root 5. Just make it correct. Clear? Shall we move ahead? Last it is, guys. Honestly, last it is. Take a few seconds and try this question out. and slightly on the tougher side. Yes, go ahead and try this out. Take a few seconds and quickly try this out. Important question it is. Finally, my plan for 12 hours is cannot be accomplished today, right? And yeah. Yes, got the answer. 5 hours done, guys. Finally. Yes, got the answer, guys. Be quick. Yes, Alice, Zaim. Okay, all right. Let us do this. So the question says last. Okay. From a circular ring of mass capital M and radius capital R, an arc corresponding to 90-degree sector is removed. Fine. So there was this circular ring. Fine. So a 90-degree arc was removed from this. Fine. Okay. It must be having some. The mass of this complete ring was M. Correct. Now this much portion is removed from it. Basically 1/4 portion. 90-degree corresponds means this much is 90-degree, na? So this much portion is removed. This much portion is removed from the ring. Fine. So the leftover mass would be of course 3/4 of M. Fine. Now they are asking the moment of inertia of the remaining part of the ring about an axis passing through the center of the ring. Okay. About this axis and perpendicular to the plane of the ring is k times mr square. Okay, so the moment of inertia it is given to us as k times mr square, and we need to find the value of this k. We need to find the value of this k, and this can be done. For some reason laptop getting turned on, or due to which I get disconnected. Okay, no problem. Okay, we need to find the value of k. K mr square is the moment of inertia of this yellow ring, not the disk, of course, ring, right? This much portion having mass 3/4 of M, right? So moment of inertia that is given by integration of dm to r square, right? R square means, okay, what is dm? Dm is this small element, right? Small element dm, which is at a distance of r, right? So r is how much? Capital R square. Integration of dm, that is dm plus dm plus dm plus dm plus dm plus dm. So that makes it m. Okay, that makes it mass of this complete yellow portion, that is nothing but 3 by 4 of m. 3 by 4 of m. Fine. So 3 by 4 mr square, right? So this can be compared with k mr square, right? So from here k will be equal to 3 by 4, that is option number 4. Clear? Clear? Now let me just check if I have got the instructions of that NEET exam, right? Okay, I asked one of my known in the relation for the application number and date of birth to fetch the admit card from the portal, right? And she's like, what is application number? Just now I have received the message. Okay, just read. No metallic object should be there. Fine, no metallic object should be there. And just a second. Okay guys, let us end the session here, and thank you very much for choosing PYQGulf, and let us know if you want more such live session. Of course we want more and more, so it should reach to more and more students, right? Because everyone should be benefited from such sessions, and these sessions are very beneficial, like 1 day, 2-3 days before the exam, right? Yes, just check it, Alice, but the only thing is that like in India they cut the sleeves. Even that I had seen that they even cut the sleeves, like if it's full sleeves. There should not be any metallic object. Wear sleepers if required. Put mosquito repellent on your legs or hands wherever you feel that it may create problem. Have enough breakfast, not that much that you are sitting inside the washroom throughout the exam, right, or running after every 10 minutes, 20 minutes. During the exam, before the exam, make sure you just go to the washroom for urination for just once at least, if you can, right? And have small sips of water instead of having it at the once, right? There are a few focus techniques as well, right? If you want that, I can tell you, but otherwise we may create some separate video for the focus techniques. But anyways, no need to that. Before the exam, just close your eyes, right, and take 5 deep breaths. That you require right now also, even I do, right? Just take 5-7 deep breaths before the exam, right? And do not panic. Even if you are not able to solve first 10 questions also, do not panic, right? And make sure you're sequencing which question to attempt first, which section to attempt first. Whatever you had done in your exam, like in mock test, follow that only. Never do like this, that one question for physics, then one for chemistry, like that. No, don't switch that. Like first attempt a particular section, then switch the section, right? Even if you are not able to do first 10-15 questions, it's absolutely fine. Do not panic. That is the only thing required. Where if you feel that you are panicking in the exam, take few deep breaths. Trust me, close your eyes and take few deep breaths. And whatever you think that this I know very well and I just need to get the answer, write it fast. Fine. Physics requires some time, but bio etc. you can do within less time as compared to physics, right? Fine. And any other doubt, feedback you have, sir? I know the infinity technique, lazy 8. You taught me in one of the session. Which session you had attended, Alice? That lazy 8. Can you please confirm? Okay, seriously, lazy A technique. Is it like, and what's your original name? Do let us know in the comment section. Right now, I'm keen, like, from which, like, this lazy A techniques I hadn't told first. Okay, it's Afrin. Correct. Anyways, here also, with a different name. Okay, you were in the Tram 1 batch, 1.0 batch previously, last year. Fine, fine. Okay, Tram 1.0, I didn't took the Tram 1.0 section. Okay, fine, Alice, no problem. Okay, no problem. Yeah, lazy technique, you know, na, before the exam. Don't do in between the exam. That needs to be done 4-5 minutes before the exam. A lazy technique, and that deep breathing. That's it. Reach before the exam. Sit idly. No need to talk much. If you want, you can just have a word conversation with the partner. You won't get any time to cheat. Tell me honestly. Let me tell you honestly. If you are planning to do so, drop that plan. Right, because there is no surety that your partner would be correct. Right, you would be going in washroom, right, and asking that out. So please drop those ideas. If you are caught, then exam would be cancelled, of course. Okay, let us meet in the next session if it would be happening, and those who you feel this session needs to be shared, you can share with them. And thank you very much for choosing PYQGulf. It's around 5 hours 15 minutes done. Right, though the plan was of around 12-13 hours to be honest, but anyways, for the first time it's fine this much. We would be having such live sessions right before the competition. All the best for your exam, just nail it, and fine. Let us meet in the exam. Even if you clear it, even if you don't clear it, still my reaction with you would be same. All the best, just give your best, clearing, like you had done your part. Right now the result is in God's hand, and all the best. Fine, go ahead. Fine. Okay, let us meet soon. Alyssa and the other kids. Right.